Oh, sorry. Yes. I am now unmuted. How's it going? Join a cult? Gunnar Wolf? Welcome, welcome. Does that sound good? The sound balance, everything good with that? Cool. What's up, Cyber Benny? Long time no see. It's actually Monsters and Monstrous Memories. That's actually the correct misuse of the name. Check the petition queue. Petition queue's looking good. Game's been great besides the typical lag. PK Drias. Hey, how's it going? What's up, Sneers? What's up, Viro? Impen? Yeah, the typical lag will probably be addressed. I'm thinking Ollie may even patch the game. We have a bunch of optimizations that we didn't pull into the playtest build. So, yeah. Hi, Naru22. Hey, Redris. Quixana? Take out the sleep one. To be expected. Well, we don't want lag to be expected, but, you know. It is a populated zone right now. But like I said, we have a new programmer on the team, and he's fully dedicated to just optimization. So that's his specialty, Unity in particular. And so we've got some like client and server side fixes coming. Ollie may patch the game sometime during this playtest, so it's possible that we have some fixes coming. Just split Night Harbor into multiple zones. Our goal is to not do that. Oh, thanks for the follow. Here, I gotta pull that up. Gotta be a good streamer, you know? Didn't see who that was. Flamely. I'm sorry, I'm sure I butchered that name. Are you the one with the goblin body pillow? If so, good work. What were you doing in Ancient Crypt earlier? Hey!
13 just cheered 1,000 bits.
Hey, thanks for the 1,000 biddies, Sneers. Appreciate that. How kind of you. Hey, Sean with the 180 raid. Thank you. Appreciate that. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. I'm Nick, one of the developers here on Monsters and Memories. If you have any questions about the game, if you're new and you have any questions, please ask in the chat, and I'll do what I can to answer. Or if you have some issues in game, you can call to my attention as well, and I'll head over there and help out. Thanks for the follows, everybody. Leo Texan, iBite, Melkier, mCloud, Gyrish. Wow, lots of follows. MMO Pug, Ghost from the Future, Britannius Gaming, Peppa Mint Larry, Tupac Shakur, WeGraph, Pip Pop. Maybe I should, there's gonna be a lot of follows. Thank you for keeping the crack staffs valuable. Yeah. All this positivity. Yeah, I know. We need some negativity. Where are tell windows? Not in yet. Love the game. I'm so glad the playtest is open. Hey, I'm glad. Glad you're enjoying it. My bad on that petition? No, it's all good. I was just trying to stat pad because I summoned the guy's corpse, so you know. But it's whatever. Thanks, Javastine. Kind of game doesn't have a map? Dude, this kind of game doesn't have a map. I saw Pack of the Predator on Beast Trainer in Phalandrawl. Intentional. No, but I think a revamped Pack of the Predator will come back for Beastmaster, and then Ranger's aura will probably split off into its own aura. I'm thinking something along the line of like a like pet buff aura for Beastmasters, so that it's not like only, you know, it's not so that that one aura doesn't buff you and the pet, like, and just makes you like a solo killing machine. It's gonna have to, like, you're gonna make the a group with pets scale by being in the group. Why does Ellie Pet miss 75% of the time on white mobs? That's weird. White mobs to the pet? Big Bard energy. I've never been much of a Bard player, to be honest with you. But if I was a tryhard, well, I am a tryhard, but I don't know. If I was a tryhard in this game, I'd play Bard for sure. How is True Strike implemented here for Ranger? It buffs your melee and range damage. Maps, where is Season Pass? Where can I buy celebrity skins? Oh, that's not happening. Would be nice with the compass, though. Yeah. Well, I don't know what our stance is on that right now. Favorite class? My favorite class is probably Cleric. That's what I played the most in this game, at least. I'm a big noob now. I haven't played much lately. I need to play more, but it's just a lot of working on the game these days, so. Hey, thanks for the Prime, Arachnus Deathicus. Appreciate that. Before we get this kicked off, I may just be shameless and do like an alert in game. That there's like an active like Q&A session going on and whatnot. Hop in with us sometime? Yeah, I should. I've thought about doing that, but yeah, it's just all the time that I get, I try to dedicate to developing the game, because there's always more to do. There's never nothing to do. Hey, WeGaff, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Thinking about sending out a quick GM broadcast just to get some more eyes on this stream, so people are informed and whatnot. Let's. Okay. That worked. That worked. That worked. Very shameless, yes. You know, like I'm just a small time streamer. I need to, you know, boost my numbers up. Can you play 2 Eminem clients from the one PC? My laptop has failed me. Was hoping to try a box tune this test. Yeah, I have 3 clients open right now, but I have a pretty beefy PC. That server window started half off my screen / a bug. Do you have a screenshot? Can you implement an item window that just comes up and forces your stream on players when you go live? Yes. Yes, I can. Well, I can't. I'll have Encrypt do it. Yeah, I was thinking about giving away some alpha codes. I was told this is where I meet single MILFs in my area. Yes. Yes, it is, dirty old socks. No, actually, you just meet young baby-faced looking developers without facial hair. Gotta embed the stream and put a board in game above Westgate. Yes! That would be amazing. About to be the biggest streamer on the platform? Nah. Do I get to bathe here with Nick? I mean, if I go into the bathhouse, yes. Shaman dot buffs win since HOTS nerfed. Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at the HOTS. I got some feedback that they might be a little bit too much mana or something. I heard this is the home of Nick HOTS, famous streamer with his own theme song. I mean, I think I do have a couple theme songs now, thanks to Quados. How does one inquire set alpha code? Honestly, if you've got like if you pull at my heartstrings a little, like that's the best chance of you getting into the alpha. Like if you just spam my DMs every day, I'm probably gonna just get annoyed. But there is a good reason, like a really good reason for me to invite you, or like some kind of feelsy reason for, like, then I'll probably invite you. Hey, thanks for the follows, guys. Oh, shoot, Dragon. Thank you. Dragon USMC. Thank you for the 10 gift subs. Appreciate that. And J Mojo 13. Thanks for the Prime. And thanks for the resub also, Dragon. And Chili Sauce and Peppermint Larry, thanks for the primes. I'm sorry, Doggeroni, but I'm glad you have the game. Did I ever play Ultima Online or know much about it? I didn't play it. Ollie did, though. Ollie played a lot of Ultima Online, and he makes sure that we get our Ultima Online inspiration in there. I haven't played it, but I do look at some of the material out there on it. So I kind of get influenced by it as well. Sierra Halix says, as an archer enjoyer, Flurry of Arrows was much needed addition. Been hoping for an aggro dump. Oh, does Disengage not work as an aggro dump? Oh, but you're asking for a memory fog, like Brad. Yeah, there is stuff. So after this playtest, my focus is going to be completely on classes, endgame encounters, and populating some of the endgame zones that we have that you haven't been in yet. But yes, Archer stuff and Beastmaster stuff and Spellblade stuff, like lots of class stuff will be in the works. I'm a single father of 10 kids, 3 one-legged dogs and 2 one-eyed cats. May I have an alpha key? Maybe. Hey guys, thanks for the primes. Appreciate that. Ellie, Nux fan, Jinmu, Rue, and TR Mad Chimp. Thank you also. Appreciate it. Zeitgeist 9000. Thank you for the prime. Zelik SGL, thank you for the prime. Or just the tier 1, sorry. Thanks for the follows, guys. Appreciate it. Hey, but if you guys have any questions about the game, seriously, hit me up. If I miss it, you feel free to ask again. What's up, Nosa Muli? I don't know if you guys have seen this yet. This the experience bar when you're in a hell level. This is a little spoiler if you haven't hit a hell level yet. This will be a good indication that you're in a hell level. Literal hellfire is your experience bar. Okay, so here come the questions. Let's see here. Will gnomes be in the release? If so, why? Yes, you gotta have gnomes. You gotta have your mortal enemy in there, John. Will ogres gain a run speed buff when acting as a gnome mount? Undecided. Probably no. Have you fixed health drain, or will Nex get a laser back anytime soon? It hasn't been fixed. I mean, I kind of just disabled it. It may return to Necro, maybe on another class. We'll see. This is Grizzface. I've enjoyed testing the crafting mining. Will there be higher mob density in areas like glass flats around most of the mining nodes? Yeah, so I added some more density to glass flats for this test. Man, followers are going hard. Let's see. But yeah, I mean, mob density, if there's an area that doesn't feel dense enough, then I would recommend putting in like a bug report or feedback about it so we can act on it. But I generally try to run through zones and just kind of spot check things. It's like one of the things I do. It's just like, oh, time to check out everything. But it's hard with more content coming in the game. It's been increasingly difficult to do that. But will experience gains be buffed at lower level? No, probably not. Do you have the rested buff? Because that definitely adds a lot. Make sure you're rested when you're XPing. It may increase in the form of like group experience getting better, depending on how we decide to address that. About what % of completion would you say most classes are at design/development wise? It's hard to say. I mean, some more than others. But I don't consider classes ever done. It's an MMO. But there will definitely be work on classes done during early access. But the goal is for classes to feel like they have an appropriate kit for early access launch. Hey, eat cat poop. Thanks for the prime. Dr. Fist MD, thanks for the prime. All right, let's see. Still planning on adding special fuel for fires for additional buffs? Yeah, but we're not done with survival yet. That is something I want to have our trait skill designer look at is some of those other, professions and skills and see what we can do to enhance them. Like having different colored campfires, like, different little buffs that you can receive from them. I think that would be cool. It's just, yeah, it's on the list for sure. Do you plan on keeping racials as a major trait choices? Probably not. I'm probably gonna give all those new racials to the races themselves and not have it. And then your major combat trait would be something more generic that you select. But yeah, we just need to add the functionality for that to I think have innate racials that are traits essentially. Disengage works when someone else is taunting. Doesn't do much if no one is. Oh, okay. Hate dump. Gotcha. Yeah, I think there's a possibility for that, Sierra. How many subs do I need to buy for Necro to get Screaming Terror back? Oh, yeah. You guys noticed, huh? Do Necros really need Mez? I mean, I don't know. Are Necros gonna get Vexing Line? Necros are, I mean, all classes are gonna get more lines, and I could see them getting a line like that, yeah. Necro already have baked-in heals and twitches in Eminem. That's right. Yeah, disengage, the numbers on disengage threat reduction may need buffing. Curious, let me look at that real quick. On my other monitor, the database is safely on my other monitor. You cannot see what I am doing. Oh, you can see that though. You can see that. Now I'm kind of paranoid. Where's that gonna appear? I continue? What's the point of it crashing if I can continue? Doesn't that mean it didn't crash? What is that? What does that even mean? Can you break down leather now like you could cloth last patch? You should have been able to in the last patch. If you can't, then it's probably a bug or something messed up with the recipe. Can you let us know if you can't? Necros need Levant. Will you be allow the wood that druid summon be used for making arrows? Probably not. It'll probably be like some kind of like crude firewood type deal. It'll probably be cooldown based. If it's not already, I'm trying to remember if I fixed that or not. Yeah, it would be nice, Burrito. Do stats matter for skill ups? They did in the past. I don't know what level. But I believe so. I think there's more that we can do there to make stats matter a bit more. You've been breaking down tattered leather for a while, yeah. It might just be that you can't break down like the crafted leather or something. Hey man, gotta shoot my shots for the alpha access. Best birthday gift ever. Is it actually your birthday? For Ire? Oh, shoot. Okay. Alright. Alright. How do I... how do I whisper on this platform? OCR Mike, DM me. What constitutes a mob being a beast? I assume non-undead, but what other requisites should I look for? If it's like animalistic, it's an animal or insect, I think. Both are considered. Tunics can't be salvaged for some reason with a seam ripper. Oh, that's probably the like the shirt, you mean? Not the actual breastplate item? You looking for Spellblade to be more of a DPS or off-tank class? More of a DPS, but flex into off-tank. They are quite the DPS class, especially at the high end, based on some of the parses that I've recorded in the in some like high-end encounters. Oh boy. I think I may have just... Did I just leak something? I think I did. Ah, shit. Oh, there you go. There it fucking goes. Oh, sorry about the language. Let me... Sorry, I'm hiding for a second. Hiding the stream. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Oh well. I don't think it actually matters for that. I didn't dox anybody, so that's good. I think I just doxed our server or something. Oh. Alright. That happens. Alright. I'm back. Yeah, I should do that. I mean, I made a conscious effort to set up the screen so I didn't leak stuff, but Heidi SQL just likes to do things. Ebongo Zongo, thank you for the Prime. Osoft Marcher, thank you for the Prime. And thanks for all the follows, guys. Appreciate it. Is the player count just one server? No, that's the combined total currently. They will not get a run speed buff. Most likely. Well, it depends, like... It's undecided at this point, Torque. Oh, that was probably Nicodemus, hippie trippy, but you're welcome. ZBrush had a cool idea last night in the stream for archers, and ability to forge a % number of arrows from mobs' corpses after battle. Yeah, I like that. I do like that. Maybe it's not even just archers. Maybe it's like Fletchers or something. Make sure to put this in your next video classic, so I remember. I actually haven't watched the patch notes video yet, but I do actually look forward to your videos. So thank you for doing those videos. Appreciate it. Make this a clicky illusion. Goblin skin mask. Yeah, I saw that, Shuku. I don't think it matters. I think any dedicated, like, bad actor is already knows, like, can get the IP for the server pretty easily, and, just... Yeah. What does the animal taming skill do? Is it currently active or something for mounts? Yeah, it's going to be for mounts. It's going to be for pack animals, mounts, and stuff like that. Has the patcher issues been asked and answered? I have to essentially reinstall a game every test. Yeah, so after this test, we're throwing out the old launcher, and we're going to be embracing a new launcher that shouldn't have like the throttling issues and stuff like that. But I've also posted a secondary download link in addition to the Ollie Google Drive. You can also download it from my Google Drive as well. Do you ever foresee Sense Magic giving a brief timer on remaining buffs? Wondering for my Druid Thorning. Brief timer? What do you mean? You can check your remaining... You could check your buffs timers. It's a bit janky, but like here. If I buff myself, you hold right click and you get this. But and you don't need sense magic for this, if that's what you mean. The UI and the presentation of buffs and stuff like that is all being worked on. Hey, OCR Mike, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Really excited about the idea of seeing an expansion of the concept of camping. With what I've seen of items, sounds like they would augment campfires. Will this be further expanded upon with wagoneering and things like that to have a whole caravan kind of idea for player-made camps? Oh, that's a really good idea to tie those in together. So I'll say yeah. I think there's a lot we can do there with that. Did you just have to type the name and not just do cast 1 2 3 4? Yeah, that's a GM command, GM argument. I can cast any spell and stuff like that. Like, let's see. Please make pet buffs show in the pets window. Yeah, I mean, all that stuff, we gotta kind of decide like a path on how we're gonna approach it. I have some ideas, and I just gotta kind of formalize those ideas and kind of kick him to encrypt and see what magic he can pull off with them. Still no plans for chat bubbles? Currently, no. Hey, Midge 17th, thank you for the Prime. Acromatics, thanks for the Prime. Dad Jokes PhD, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that, guys. Our buffs, debuffs, you have always going to not have a description. I could see us giving a description there. But my concern is some debuffs are kind of like of an unknown or mysterious origin. So like, if you right click and then see some kind of like developer debug text that would, or like weird thing, revealing thing, or like incorrect text, then it would be a lot of bugs in the game suddenly. But yeah, I think there's something we could probably figure out for that. What is your vision for the enchant ally spell for enchanters? Seems like a cool idea, not really fully fleshed out yet. So it's kind of inspired by Abathur from Heroes of the Storm. And the idea is that you have some abilities that you can cast from your group mate, and you can swap vision with them and whatnot. And it also provides like a sizable HP buff, which scales based on your total stamina. So it's a very support-heavy ability. You give up your ability to charm during that time. So you pick either enchant ally or charm. But yeah, like the abilities definitely probably need a bit of tweaking and fleshing out. The ability itself has like 10 to 20 different random bugs associated with it. I think we fixed a good amount of them, but there's still some. But yeah, I don't know. I would say just give feedback on what you think about the current state of the ability, and as you know, I think of stuff and implement new updates for that ability. Give feedback on that as well. But yeah, it'd be cool if it was like maybe you could choose like a loadout for it, like a small loadout, and there's like different enchant ally abilities that you can find or grab later. Is charisma going to affect charming here? I don't know. Is it? You tell me. Yeah, that would be pretty cool, Lunar. What do the different stats actually do? I don't think we're giving out much information on that other than we're gonna give like a brief description in the character creation screen, but the full like everything that a stat does isn't going to be revealed, so that there's some level of like theory crafting and, you know, trial and error. Just finished my master's and have some time on my hands, looking for a new flat, feeling like helping me put that time to good use with an alpha key. Actually, I don't know, man. This is the time to this is the time in your life to like you just went hard, but now you have to go hard again, and like, you know, like I don't know, I may mess up your life if I give you an alpha key. I'll think about that. Alright, let's see. Come on, Heidi SQL, don't crash on me. Yeah, man, that's the, I don't want to ruin your guys' life. That's the dark side of game development, you know? Like, am I gonna like fit Dexter's code or something like eventually, you know? Like, that'd be messed up. Thanks again for the follows, guys. In the orc caves in Keeper's Bight, light sources are not functioning well. Example, lanterns don't light halls enough to even navigate the orc tunnels. Intended, or is the lighting currently not working? Not intended. It was supposed to be addressed. I would recommend posting a bug report and a screenshot or video in the bug report. But a lot of lighting changes have been happening, and caves use what's called a post-process volume to kind of have like custom lighting settings. It's like a sub-scene essentially. So those have to be tweaked a lot as we do other changes to lighting. So yeah, and in the post, let us know if you have infravision or anything like that as well. And what your gamma is set to and whatnot. Try messing with your gamma. I don't know that it'll matter, but it may. How's everything on your guys' end for the game? Nice? Yeah, I would say so. That is the intent hex rook, but I don't know that it's currently working. Any status on early access still being Q1? Yes, it's still Q1. Winning Q1, we're targeting January, but we reserve the right to go to the end of Q1. Just spent 15 years in esports before doing my masters. I need a break, if anything. Yeah. Dude, I, for many years, was involved with esports. Well, not that many, but then after that, went back to school. Pretty sure you got blacklisted from Alpha? Yeah, you may have, Dargith. You think bards will end up getting track? Or is it intended for rangers and druids only? I could see them maybe getting a little bit of track. But I've been trying to, like, I've been trying to make certain things more class specific like that. So, you know, maybe they will, maybe they won't. On a more serious note, will gnomes riding ogres be able to joust other gnomes riding other ogres? Now that's the content we need. Thanks, Cebus. Are you using a light source, by the way? Light source may help in the caves. I forgot if you said that or not. We have multiple roommates in the same place who want to play. Any word on how we'll all be able to play together on a server that restricts boxing? Right now, I don't believe we're going to have any kind of IP restriction on that. So it's going to just come down to player reports if people are boxing or not. Most likely. That's been our current stance. That could change based on your feedback. So you don't have to worry about like IP exemptions or anything like that. At least current stance. Something like that, Hexrook. I don't want to go into too many specifics. Oh, that's an interesting idea, Burrito. You sure anything you could share about taming? We gotta finish implementing that. So we can have mounts working and whatnot. I think it's like 90% of the way there. 95%. But there's some like bugs to clean up with it. I personally haven't messed with it much. I wasn't involved in too much in the process of it being implemented, so I really can't share too much information on it. Can we get rid of the faction UI? It removes the opportunity for stories to emerge when traveling back to a faction to see how they react and discovering new factions. Delayed gratification. Yeah, it's a good point. We'll have to talk about that one, but currently there's no plans for that. We'll probably keep it in, but yeah, maybe there is some kind of mystery that's gone there. But I do think people like their faction UI. People like watching bar go up, bar go down. But yeah, it does remove a little bit of mystery there. Is an alt account for things like easy item transfer also considering boxing, or is that cool? I think that's cool within reason. Did Wiz finally get nerfed? Shouldn't have best two-hander? Not that I know of. If there's a specific item issue, then maybe we can fix that. Any idea when merch will start being offered, Nick, so we could send some moolah over? Not until after we start taking your subscription money. Because, yeah, we want to provide the game first. The first thing, the first kind of cash you hand over to us has to be for access to the game. That's our kind of rule. And it has to be our live service game, not any kind of alpha test package thing. I believe it's randomized, or actually it might be round robin. I purge people. I'm not 100% sure. Let us know if you think it's not, or if there's any changes that we need to do there. Any plans for making clerics feel more combat oriented? Yeah, I think so. Like, I've been mulling over, like, how to... I had that mechanic with supplication. I forgot what it was called. But I'm thinking about maybe bringing that back in a different form. Balanced differently. What classes would you recommend for someone who likes soloing? Are there any classes more focused for soloing? I would recommend Bard, Necromancer, Druid, potentially... Oh, Enchanter, of course. Beastmaster. Anything with a pet is pretty good. Elementalist. Will it ever be possible to loot given items from a summoned pet? I like giving my lads cool things, but the stockpile needed is certainly heavy / bag intensive. Yeah, I think I want there to be a lot of like pet functionality like that, where you can have an inventory for it and equipment slots and stuff. That's part of the plan, I think. We plan on having runner characters. Thoughts on that? Basically running a tune to each group in the guild to sell and bring spells. Yeah, it's if you're talking about the box server again, then sorry, no box server, it's gonna be one of those things that like may be acceptable at the start and then gets cracked down on, or vice versa. It gets cracked down on the start and then is softened later. Probably more of the former than the latter, but yeah, it's just one of those. It's kind of one of those things that it's hard to say one way or the other at this point, but in general, I would say that's probably not kosher unless you're only playing that character. Yeah. Can I somehow play this game on my iPad? I'm sure there's some wizard out there who can make it happen. Maybe not an iPad, but like well, it's Ollie's goal to be able to play on his phone, so you never know what'll happen. Yeah, a static pet inventory for elementalists, or a way to invest gear in your pet without losing it when they die. Yeah, there may be some of that. That's kind of the goal. Will bards get a melody feature? They're hell on my carpal tunnel with all the twisting. Probably not. But again, you never know. But leaning towards no. I just noticed that invisibility works on some animals now instead of invis versus animals being required. Do some animals still detect through normal invis? Yeah, some do. There's already some mobs in the game that act like that. Will there be an invis versus elementals? There should already be, if there's not. Is the spell not in the game for invis versus elementals? What's the vibe feeling like right now of TrueBox versus box servers? People hate TrueBox and EQ, but curious if TrueBox would be more popular in EA for MNM. So we're not going to have true box servers. We're going to have no box servers, and we're going to have box servers. True box, I believe, is the EverQuest term, because you can box on True Box. It just has to be different clients on different computers. Maybe we could do like a True Box kind of forced client thing on the no box server. That could help. Are box servers capped at 2 boxes or full group box? I hate full group box. It's not capped at 2 boxes, no. But I think we want to take measures to prevent you from using any kind of input broadcast software. So people that are playing like perfectly microed 6-person groups are marginalized a bit. Like, you should have to play manually. You shouldn't be using a program to, you know, issue commands to everybody. Though we may provide a server option for those that do want that kind of thing. And then they can be in the no rules PvE server that we may or may not do. Just a kind of a thought that I've had for many years is like, here's a server where you can train and kill steal and do input broadcasting shenanigans and box a 72 man raid or whatever, right? Go crazy. But we're planning on keeping kind of degenerate boxing activity off of the boxing server. We don't want, like, within reason, right? We don't want to, just ban people, but if you're using third-party software and generally kind of disrupting the flow of the game, then we'll probably take some action. Yeah, there's no... Yeah, it wouldn't make sense to limit the boxes. Yeah, without cheating. Yeah, it would be like a good honeypot server, bullet catcher. Well, you have a guide to boxing, never done it before. Well, you open a client, then you open another client on a different account, and then you're boxing. Just not going to allow macro scripting. I can get behind that. Sucks boxing past 3 anyways. Yeah. Sol and Zek Reborn? Yeah, we want to do a team server at some point. I myself dabbled on Sol and Zek back in my younger days. And I'm also interested in doing something kind of like Talon and Valen as well, but with hard-coded teams instead. But that wouldn't come until we have more starting locations online, because a large part of the fun of the team PvP servers is kind of having your like home base area, and then like having those zones where players like start clashing, and like, because it's like in EverQuest, in like East Commons, where you have the people coming out of Nectulus Forest and you have the people coming out of Freeport, and they finally meet up and then start. Or, like, when people start coming in from Steamfont and Butcher Block into the Greater Fate Arc and stuff, you have those, like, kind of clashing points. It's always fun. Hey, Morning Coffee! Thank you for the raid of 33 viewers. Welcome to the stream. I'm one of the developers on this game, Monsters and Memories, and we're holding a public playtest right now for the next week. So feel free to come try out the game, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Majestic Tracks, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Let me check my Discord real quick. Let's see. Okay. Is it better to start begging? Where did that message go? Back. Oh, begging during or after playtest in DMs. Definitely after. I'm gonna be getting hit with a lot of messages during the playtest. And the closed playtest shuts down while the public playtest is running, so all the closed alpha junkies are either forced to play their public playtest characters, or they're kind of in a sad place right now. People have been going hard on the alpha, like really hard. It's crazy. By the way, guys, thanks for tuning in to the stream. I don't stream quite often. I work on a lot of sensitive stuff on the game, and I would love to show you my development process and everything like that. But it's just too much to like screen cap, and maybe someday when the game is launched and whatnot, I can show my like workflow and stuff. But it's difficult. It really is. Maybe if we do, I gotta get Ollie and I to like do like a game jam or something, so where it doesn't matter, and then I could kind of show off some stuff. But yeah, I kind of prefer to just do these like kind of Q&A streams or like feedback streams and stuff like that, because I have my hands in a lot of the pots in the game. So is that the expression? I don't even know. Anyways, hopefully I can provide you some good insight though, and yeah. And sorry, I just kind of run around in a circle. It's like, it's so weird because I'm usually in here alone, not talking to you guys, and like just to run around and see people everywhere. It's awesome. 17, 21 online, crazy. I remember when this city was like tiny and we were all little capsule people. Now we're, months away from early access. It's crazy. The amount of like progress that's been made by the team has been astounding, and very excited. Did the devs plan on having exclusive icons for each spell? It feels a little bad to have 4 completely different spells with the same icon, or 3 or even 2 that are completely unrelated. Maybe in time, yes, but the current thought is there will be some overlap. I know that can be a little confusing. Wait a second. What did that... That was the wrong sound effect on that. What is he getting hit with? Oh, I know why. That's expected. So we have new sound effects in for fire spells, as well as ice spells as well. Which is the low level one? I don't even remember. Frostbolt? Yeah. So we're working on new VFX. We're working on new sound effects for that. And yeah, expect more new spell effects and sound effects to be going in for them. Maybe you could show us some of the class ability implementation that's not surprise stuff. Yeah, maybe, Dargith. That is going to be my major focus after this playtest, is classes, along with end-game encounters, because our closed alpha testers have been testing some endgame stuff. It's pretty cool to see. Just shows... It's been revealing some bugs and some imbalances, but it's been really good, and they're really quick to find the bugs, because they'll try an encounter and then something won't be right, and then we fix it. Speaking of, did people kill Bone Construct yet? I'm curious. I know some people were attempting Bone Construct earlier. I'm really not happy with Bone Construct. Like I don't like his room. Just it feels really unfair to get feared out and then death touched. So we're probably gonna. Well, I'm probably going to put in a fix for that. I'll probably make it so that he only death touches if he himself is pulled out of the room, or his minions. But if you are out of the room, you'll just get summoned. I think that's what I'm gonna make the change for. Bone Construct should be killable, but you're probably, if you're familiar with the fight, you're probably going to need a little bit more firepower. And you're going to need to not just be so haphazard about it. You're going to, you know... there's ways of dealing with mechanics, and you can't just run in there without good... I don't want to say the word. You need a good strategy. But there's a special surprise I want to show off. And the prereq for that is going to be some people downing some of these bosses. So go after Bone Construct, go after Skyseer, go after, you know, the Telkir boss. If some of these start going down, I will reveal a new thing, new secret. Sorry, can you repeat that part? We'd had ads. Which part? Specifically about Bone Construct or about the secret? Yeah, I could see that, Tupac. I was in an ad, but is Death Touch going to be a common mechanic here? As a former Ranger main, I am sorry to hear that. Well, as a former Ranger main, have you seen the ability Death's Demise? We've got you covered if you're a Ranger. We know how hard you've struggled in other games. We know it's been trying times, but those trying times are over. Now you get to embrace the Death Touch. You get to be molded by the Death Touch. Now this ability may be currently bugged, but someday it will not be. And that day is soon. Does that take up a spell slot? Yes, but there are certain abilities we may make it so that they can go to the hot bar. Because it's weird, right? Like, I have to memorize my ability to shoot my bow on like classes that aren't Ranger Archer, or, you know, there's certain abilities that are probably should just be innate. Archers are the de facto Death Touch takers now? What about gnomes, John? Any shot you make, racial traits not take a spell slot? Yeah, those are one of the abilities that we're kind of referring to there. Love to see Shroud and True Strike as a skill button rather than a spell for Ranger. Yeah. I don't know what Death Touch is. What's the story behind it in Rangers? Well, in EverQuest, at certain periods of time, Rangers were considered so worthless that their best use was running in and taking the initial Death Touch of a mob, of a boss mob, so that the death touch was on cooldown, and then all the useful players could kill the boss. So that's kind of the context for this ability. And we're also just hoping to make Rangers badass. Like, I think Rangers are on the path of being badasses. There's more I'd like to do with them, but and there's going to be some cool stuff. Like, so I think I talked about this before, but I think Rangers are going to be the ones that get elemental arrows, and then archers are going to be more focused on like martial kind of abilities and like stuff like that. Hey, what's up, Love Snowman? Glad you made it, dude. Hope you're doing well. Just discussing who should take death touches now since Rangers have skill against it. Yeah. Ranger is such a cool concept as a class and never gets real love. Hopefully I could give it some love. I had some technical issues. Did Nick respond to the chat log thing I asked? What was the chat log thing you asked? I'm sorry, I missed it. How you doing, Love Snow? You've been MIA. Where have you been, bud? Endless Quiver when? I don't know. Maybe soon. Maybe not. Any thoughts on making clerics feel that plate armor, shields, and maces actually do anything? Always felt weird to me that they're packing all the kit, but play like a cloth user. Yeah, we were just talking about that. Like, I don't want to make it so that clerics are like suddenly these like tanky DPS users, like melee specials and whatnot, and they're just like super active. Like, there's going to be some degree of passiveness to playing a cleric, but the hope is that we can implement some kind of mechanic for them that makes it feel situationally viable to go melee or take some damage and get into the fray, but not such a important thing that you do for min-maxing. So yeah, it's gonna be a tough one, but I think we could probably pull it off. Will there be a AA type of endgame? Currently, no, but that may eventually come in. What do you guys think about AAs? Would you like to see AAs? Do you think Spellblades could get a group buff haste like Wizards, but something they buff their ally casters? They should have Aura of the Arcane, do they not? It's not a group haste, but I think it's like it needs to be tuned. I think it's like spell damage and intelligence or something they provide. I think that Aura needs a little bit of love though. From a development standpoint, what's been your favorite challenge with the game so far? With the development of the game? You're talking about the development of the game. I don't know. There's been many challenges, but not anything that we can't overcome. It's hard to kind of narrow one down. Is there a tracking trainer in Night Harbor? Not that I'm aware of. There may be. Did we add tracking? I don't think we added it yet. I know it was being worked on recently, but I don't believe it's actually in there. Check out the numbers online. 1769. Nice. Any chance you can help a bunch of us stuck on the boat from Night Harbor on Rel server? Oh, yeah. Send me, here. Let me just find you. Wait, what? Oh. What's your name in game? If there's a petition that's being currently answered for that, let me know, guys. But I'll pour it over. Faddle? Okay. How's development feeling? Such a small team. You're essentially your own producers / project managers, and it all seems to be going well so far. Yeah, that's been part of the trick, right? Is our project management has been like at times pretty good. Other times, like we just got to formalize like everyone using one kind of source. We're kind of operating out of a spreadsheet right now, but I think what I'd like for us to do is get back into our issue tracking and just hard force everybody to use that, because it's just the best way. And I think we can do that pretty easily. It's just like we've had so much like, hey, I just saw this. Let me drop this in Slack, or let me DM somebody about this, or whatever, right? So we've been kind of just like, and people are really responsive and good at fixing stuff. So it's been working, but eventually that just kind of breaks down and you miss stuff. It's not positive long term. So we have a spreadsheet for that currently, and but I'm thinking about just taking all those and putting them into GitHub and labeling them, which is what we used to do, but just kind of the team's grown in size, and we've been doing so much stuff in Slack, but yeah, it really needs to be a little bit better. But that being said, I think we've been doing a good job. We don't use Jira, we use GitHub. But GitHub, I don't know. Like, maybe long term we do use Jira, because I don't know with GitHub, like, I think they're like charging for more stuff and restricting it in different ways, so it's challenging sometimes. Yeah, we don't have a daily stand-up. We have an optional weekly like thread that you can post in. I haven't been good. I haven't posted in the last few of those. I've just been like, here's what I'm doing. This. I need to like start writing down what I do, because it's just like, oh, gotta do all this stuff. Is there anywhere I can see stats of the most played classes / races right now? Check this stream. This should have some information. What's the max level level 1 can group with? Not that high. I would probably guess like 4 or 5, but I don't actually know the exact level. If somebody out there probably does. Is skeletal remains equal to a skeletal jawbone for a particular quest? Oh, I don't know. Ask an OOC. Oh, sorry. I should probably do what I came out here to do, which was help people. What was your name again? Let me see. Wait. Nobody's here. Am I in the wrong zone? What was your name? Faddle. Okay, sorry. I get distracted. Are you okay? Still stuck? Yeah, during these streams, I get so distracted. I should be looking at, like, petitions and stuff. But the team has been really good about answering petitions, so... Thank you, team. Good job. Stuck on the boat. Yeah, the boat is something that we really need to kind of lock down. All right. Let's see. Where are you guys at? Uh-oh. Okay. Not seeing anybody. I'm gonna do a quick reload, see if I see anybody. I thought I saw somebody just fly off into outer space. Yeah, there's probably some kind of crazy bug going on here. We are here. The boat seems to be bugged right now, but it could be due to load. It could be due to boats just being in progress. So yeah. I'm a huge fan of the cooldown tracking on the spells bar now. Hey, I'm glad, Todd. That was Zillith, if I'm not mistaken, who added that. So, send your props his way. I'd like to have your zone load times, please. Are they fast? Is it slow for you? One to 2 minutes to load between zones for you. You know, I think I saw something where the load times increased recently. I'm not sure what would be the cause of that, but it's something we need to investigate. We did add a new programmer to the team. He's going to be working on client and server optimizations. So it's really, really exciting. He's already committed a pull request, several different pull requests of different optimizations, and we may even be patching some in during this playtest. I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to ask Ollie on that one. But the plan is we are going to run a surprise stress test sometime between this public playtest and the November playtest. The duration of that test has yet to be decided, but it'll likely be, I'm hoping that it'll be Rel and Krivia are merged together, and we just fully stress test all these new optimizations and just see how the game plays with that many people, and you know, not just for performance sake, but also like crowding and stuff, like where are areas that are feeling really crowded, whatnot like that. So be excited for surprise stress tests, I guess. Hey, yeah, we're hitting new concurrent peaks, I guess. 1791. It's awesome, guys. Thank you for joining the playtest. Player count might impact load times. Yeah, could very well. Yeah, like I said, the load times have gotten slower. It's not just when it's at load. Yeah, we got to look into that load times. Oh, I was gonna look at disengage, and then I crashed my database program and leaked a server IP. So let's try to do that again. Disengagement. Come on. All right. Currently, it's set to -100 to -1000 threat. What do I have evade set at? 100 to 1000. Okay. So it's the same as evade. Is evade useful on rogue? Does anyone know? It could very well not. It's good? Okay. Maybe the ability is just... There might be something else going on. Oh, I think I see what's happening. Yeah. Yeah, I see what's happening. It probably is having no effect at all. It should be fixed pending next update. Let me make a note for that. I'll have to test that, actually. Archer. Disengagement. Fixed an issue where disengagement would not properly reduce threat with your target. Done. You do the same fix for Feign Death? What's wrong with Feign? Doesn't Feign work? $18.05. Yes, we've broken 1800 online. Maybe I should send out a little cheeky announcement about it. Oh, I probably shouldn't dox people on the PvP server. Not dox, but Hopefully my chat was covered. Alpha codes for everyone for breaking the record? Ah, I don't know about that. Did the gate potion make it into the game? I saw in the patch notes, but King crafted at the cauldron. So it's actually one of the oldest items in the game, and it's a purchasable potion from a vendor, but it's a very steep price by design. I guess it's lore-wise, but why can't we start at Elf City with other races right now? That's the reason why. You can only start there as a Wood Elf. Now, we may allow some other races to start there for early access only, but it's undecided. And it wouldn't be all the races, most likely. We want the starting locations to be, you know, specific to that race, typically. Yeah, we did some we had some changes to the pets occur. We added a pet passive mode. So it's possible that there's some kind of weird interaction happening. Where do you set your bind point? Tried to talk to an innkeeper and didn't seem to do it. You have to have the bind spell, soul bind, or you need to have somebody cast it on you. That's the only way you can bind. There is a little quest that you can do to bind, but I won't reveal anything about that. And it's yet to be determined if how that quest will work in the future, because I may break. I think it's probably fine, though there is a fix that needs to happen with it, so it's not abusable. But do you plan to have all the deep races starting in the Deep Elf City until their cities come in? I think so. I think that's the plan. I think we're gonna have Deep Elves and Deep Gnomes in and starting there for Module 1, but I have to see. Are goblins KOS in the stringy elf area? I'm not actually sure of the status on factions in there. I think they may be disdain. They might not be able to purchase stuff. Yeah, like Sean said, halflings will be starting in Falindril, or as a starting location option. Does every class get the Soulbind spell? No, only pure like intelligence casters and priests get that. So the healers and the pure casters. In my first sandstorm, pretty cool. Makes me want to listen to Darude. Yeah, sandstorms are cool. We're still tweaking the visuals on those, and like the intensity. So yeah. Are there any more classes coming, or can't speak to them yet? Can't speak to them yet, but yeah, there will be more classes coming. When when other classes will come is yet to be determined, but I want to get a little thing set up where I can basically a special branch of the game that I can start messing with those on that don't get pulled into the public, playtest builds and closed playtest builds and whatnot. Yeah, need a test branch, exactly. Well, an additional test branch. We already have like a test branch, essentially. Like a super secret test branch. You know what I mean? Oh, some of the pet issues may be some of the tech issues may be related to load. Which I believe we are working on. Well, with the optimizations and whatnot. Yeah, exactly. Join a cult. How long do sandstorms last? I think it might be variable. I would say probably like 15-20 minutes at least, is my guess. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how that appears, mCloud. Let's see what the new Ultravision looks like. Nice. Nice. Like it. Yeah, so after we added the gamma slider, infravision and ultravision were not working because they were tied to gamma before. And now, whatever method we're using now works with the gamma slider being in. So let's mess with the gamma slider, see what happens. This is like 0%. This would be so... Here, hold on. Let's take off ultravision for a second. Yeah, it's so dark. Holy crap. But nobody's on 0%. That would be crazy, right? Is it not passive? It is, but I'm a GM, so I could just cast it. It's an ability. No players have access to the ability, though. Hey, Radigar, how's it going? Glad you're enjoying the game, bud. I'm doing well. Just been working on Monsters and Memories, man. Other than that, just spending time with the family, taking the kids places, and trying to get some gaming time in when I can. Feels good, like, once we, like, hit, like, a milestone, like the playtest, and it's, like, build block happens, and then I take, like, a day or two to just, like, play some video games, because I haven't had the chance to game much, between, like, family stuff and M&M stuff. So it's been fun. You buying the new Battlefield? I'm like really torn on the new Battlefield. In general, like I may buy it, but I don't know if it's like a long-term game for me. I played the first open alpha. I got in before that whole crazy like 100,000 person queue, and then I wasn't feeling it. Then I played it like maybe in the next open alpha they did, and I was like, okay, I can kind of have fun with this. And then, I don't know. It's hard for me to enjoy FPS games, most FPS games, because PlanetSide just adds more to FPS games. It just gives them more of a purpose, right? Like, it becomes more of a thinking man's game, and I like that. And it becomes more of a social experience, of course, because it's a MMO kind of style. Yeah, I really miss the original game. I mean, there's an emulator for it, but it's pretty low pop. People only log in for like once a week, maybe. Um, Typically on like Sundays. Um, but yeah, I mean, if we're afforded the opportunity to work on more games, I would love to make a spiritual successor to that, or like a game inspired by it. Did you hear about the Turtle WoW situation? It's pretty wild. Yeah, I mean, not surprising to me, but yeah, it's a wild situation for sure. When will zombie pets get a new ability to replace their old OP one that got cut a bit ago? And can you tease me any ideas you're brainstorming for it yet? Hope I'll mark that down as something to add. Zombie pet ability. I don't really have any ideas for it. Probably something similar, but not as OP. Wasn't too shabby of a Lodestar pilot. Dude, there's a sick video on YouTube of somebody crashing a Lodestar and killing like 30 people or something with it. It's absolutely crazy. Yeah, that's one of the fun things about PlanetSide 1 was all those cool opportunities to do certain different things like that. But yeah. Just started a new paladin, and when I clicked learn weak heal, it gave me corruption protection level 44. What? Really? That's not good. Like, huh? I don't know why that would be. The data is correct for that. Oh, corruption resistant. Oh, are you sure you didn't click your... Well, hold on. You wouldn't be able to click a... Did you pick that as your trait? Yeah, vehicle air pad camping and vehicle pad camping was it's kind of annoying, but it's part of the game. The Wood Elf model looks way better. Hey, I'm glad you think that. Yeah, that's strange, Centurion. Maybe I could try that out. Is it bad manners for me to loot random mob corpses that are lying around? If the group is actively fighting, I would say yes, because there's a chance that they're just in such a long fight that the corpses unlock, and then that would be a gray area for like ninja looting and stuff, right? But in general, if it's just like an abandoned corpse, then it's probably fine. You like my UI setup? It's gonna be kind of weird on this character, though. In the future, I think I could provide that. I may even be able to provide that in the present. I'll find out about that. But yeah, it'd be nice to be able to share layouts. I think that's one of the most nice things that I like about other games, is where you can just get somebody's UI layout in like one button press. Is it possible to loot other players' mobs? Only after a few minutes of the corpse being a corpse. Eventually it unlocks and then you can loot it. Alright, so let me see what happened here. Let me turn off GM. Here's my weak heal scroll. Right click it. Weak heal. You have fish describing weak heal. It worked on my end. Maybe you got bumped to the innates, and then since you probably have corruption resistant here as your trait ability, that might have been what happened. But I don't know. It maybe just some weird jank on the server happened. I don't know. That's alarming though. If it is a legit issue. Well, corruption resistance is a trait. Corruption resistance is an ability. If you press P, did you select corruption resistant? Here? Do you have it here? Because that might have been something. Fighter will get Fighter will get some more things, but in general, yeah, kind of happy where they're at right now, but they will definitely get more, and things will get tweaked and tuned and stuff. More cooldowns, more, maybe some different alternate abilities, but. What level do deaths cost you XP? Should be level 5. I have a spell book, but don't see book menu. But I got my scroll woodskin active. So do you have your spell book equipped? And then, if you're talking about this book icon, you can hide it. Can you de-level? Yes. You see Necro filling a more DPS or utility role late game? I think both. I would say damage primary, but utility, they're always going to have great utility with being able to feed mana to other people and whatnot. So they can kind of do a bit of both. You don't want to be a AAA battery again? Yeah, no, I hear you. That's why I think, but I feel like they do good damage. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure they do. Are there illusions in the game? Yes, there are illusions. As you can see. Yeah, I mean, the vision for them is for them to be a pretty solid DPS class, but bring enough utility that it, you know, you're not going to be at the high end. You probably won't be like top tier. Although I'm pretty sure Necros are doing fine. Like obviously you'll have to expend mana, and you know your damage will not be of the S tier, but you'll be good enough damage that the utility that you get doesn't take away too much. So you have to scribe your scrolls into your spell book, ability book, Corbo. If that's what you mean. You can right click. So this is a new quality of life thing. You can right click a scroll and it starts scribing into the proper area of your book. Hey, how's it going, Goblin? Good to see you, buddy. Somebody begging in Krivia chat for help fell through Wormsbane. Oh no. Name? Thank you for Fury of the Assassin. I feel like a real boy now. Rogue really did need an offensive big cooldown. Yeah, and there's probably going to be some more stuff that comes in too. Loving how diverse the classes feel. Yeah. Trying to do my best. Is there a way to get Fire Beetle eyes in the Wood Elf zone? I thought we added some Fire Beetles there. That being said, I wouldn't mind if there are certain items that you can't get in certain regions. Like that was I remember in EverQuest that was an issue, right? There was no Fire Beetle. There's no Fire Beetles on Fadeward at all, right? So you have a lot of druids and rangers starting on Fadeward, but you don't have a lot of Fire Beetles. You know what I mean? But that being said, I do believe that somebody is adding Fire Beetles. What's up, Seawalk? Can you do a round in Type Racer on stream at some point? Is that like typing tests, race, or speed run or whatever? Kronk? Do you need assistance? Yeah, I thought so. I thought some got added, Sean. But I don't know when the data last got pulled, so. Thank you very much for reducing the weight on plate armor. I can finally loot again. Yeah, I think that was Runaf who did that. He's our balance designer. Great guy. He's really on top of that kind of stuff. No worries. I'm glad that you did call it out. Join a cult. Man, the questions are kind of easing up. We need to get the chat flooded with questions again. If I've answered all your questions, I guess I gotta just turn off the stream, you know? Like, then what purpose do I serve? Will there ever be loot intended for vendoring that is lighter than raw coins, or is that a locked-in design? It's not a locked-in design. But I think that the way that we have raw coin set up now is that it's very light, if I'm not mistaken. So it might be difficult. I'm sure there's stackable 0.1 weight items that you can loot, but that may even weigh more. What do you think about giving Inquisitors C and Viz? Oh, that's a great idea. That makes total sense. I'll give it to them. You've convinced me. Say no more. What's the plan for the endgame loop? It depends on what type of player you are. I think the plan is to have multiple endgame loops, you know? Group-based, multi-group-based, crafting-based, housing-based, you know? Like, this game, you can really break the mold, I feel. And that'll become more prevalent over time and more obvious how you can do that. There are certain things that you can do. But in general, like, the hope is that there's a lot of things that you can do in the game and you get to kind of choose what your end game is. Is it farming items in like a duo or trio? Is it focusing on like group-based content or encounters? Is it focused on building up the most badass guild around? Is it built on you playing some kind of taking place in some kind of like fantasy role in the world, or like, are you like a trader or a crafter, or are you like a tunnel rat in terms of like you wanted to sell items and whatnot? I think it's really just kind of make your end game. Not just make your end game, make your game, you know? From the get-go, we want to afford the opportunity for you to engage in different activities within the game, and obviously there's always going to be the core like murder hobo kind of gameplay loop, but we hope to give enough options that players can really feel like they have some agency. Thoughts on the Inquisitor losing some exclusivity? What do you mean? Are you going to make the UI and moving items more smooth? Seems a little rough. That might be due to the lag, but if it's not, let us know. How long will I have to wait for my Stony Boys? Oh, Deep Dwarves? Hopefully not too long. Why are goblins the superior race, and how long can we expect to see goblin clerics racing the playable classes? Well, I think you're going to have to vote on that in the surveys. If you guys haven't voted in the new race class combination survey, check out the Discord surveys channel. Any chance on adding some more optional instance systems for dungeons? Do not even try to go into Wormsbane as it's just too overpopulated. Instances are kind of like a taboo thing in this game, so probably not. But we hope to add other dungeons so that, you know, there's just more room in the game in terms of dungeon real estate. And if you want to get a group in Wormsbane, you know, it doesn't hurt to contact some of the groups already in there, contact some of the players in there, let them know that you're trying to get a spot. But yeah, no plans for instancing. Hey Sparrow, happy playtest day. Okay, let me scroll back up. Can we get the ability to duel our friends? You can already duel people. You can duel to the death, / duel to death, or you can / duel for a duel to 1 HP. Any test server access giveaways? I said it earlier. After the playtest, if you have a really good reason to want to be in the test. I shouldn't mention this, because then my DMs become unreadable for like months, weeks at least. Let's just say there's going to be opportunities in the coming... There's going to be opportunities to get into the closed beta test, because we're starting the closed beta test soon. So that's going to mean we want to target a higher concurrent user base in the closed testing. So I added a spell. It's like kind of like a freedom ability, Rook, which is niche, but it is new utility. But yeah, I mean, I definitely want to give clerics more. And they did benefit from the nerfing of the druid and shaman heals a bit. So there is that. But I mean, they can always use more, right? But part of the cleric is that they have very strong heals and they have res and HP buff. So I think they have utility. It's just... It's not to the level of druid and shaman utility, right? And that's kind of by design. How much of the world do you think will be in a good state for release come time for early access release? If you mean how much of the world will be in a good state for early access release, then I think our target is somewhere... I'm sorry if this is wrong, but I'm pretty sure we're targeting like 20 to 25 plus zones-ish. Like, there's already 15 plus zones available for you right now. Because I went through the list and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, this, you know. And then I was like, oh, what are we having for early access? And I was like, this. Oh, okay. So I think, like, yeah, 20 to 25 plus zones. I mean, probably not more than 25, right? But yeah, there's going to be some other zones coming in the early access release that we've been working on. So, and then approximately 3 months after early access release, we'll have our Module 1 update, where we release like the a portion of the deep, the underworld area in our world, and yeah, we'll be releasing Deep Elves and Deep Gnomes and probably like, I think 5 or 6 zones. Something like that. And now all this is subject to change, so you know, if we don't do that, I'm sorry, but it's most likely we'll be doing that. You intend to have a system that lets you trigger server-wide events. Yeah, we already do. We can trigger server-wide events. We can trigger zone-wide events. We can trigger, you know. We have conditions and triggers, essentially. Can I get you to give my girlfriend an alpha sub for her birthday later this month? Maybe tell her it's from me? Slide into my DMs. We'll talk about it. Okay, here we go. Probably already asked. New classes before EA? No. Plans going forward? Or are the classes done? Yeah, so the classes aren't done. And there are plans for more classes after EA launch. Mana currently feels a bit overly punishing. Yeah, I've gotten that feedback as well. It's very classic in terms of mana regen and whatnot, but yeah. I think it might be reasonable to slightly tweak the regen values and whatnot. And definitely always, you know, going through the ability balance and mana cost of things. If things feel disproportionately like high mana cost, then definitely something we could do there. Enchanter questions. Any hope for a clicky invis self-cast item like Tiny Cloak of Darkness? Yeah, always chances for stuff like that. I think there is any instant cast self invis already in the game, but I'll have to double check on that. It's actually one of the earlier items in the game, if it's still in there. Are there skills that are intended to be very difficult to raise? Really struggling on bar to increase brass instruments, but have no such issue with other instruments, singing / musicianship. It may be that it like got missed on like a sweep of like skill increases. I would make a bug report for Runaf, because he handles that stuff now. Is it intended for melee classes to stop getting new abilities in the teens levels? Right now it is. Well, it's not like intended. Like, I would like for their abilities to be a bit more spread out. I just haven't really kind of come up with how I want to spread them out, and it may be a thing where you get ranks of certain abilities. So it's still being worked on in Cantus. Or, sorry, that wasn't in Cantus. That was Amnesiac, sorry. Scruffy Bard, I don't know if I'm going to be able to make that stretch goal. It's not looking too good for that. What about letting casters put their book in the range / ammo slot? Can't you put it in your primary and secondary slot? Oh, I guess not. I could have sworn you used to be able to. Maybe we got rid of that. But I don't know of any plans for that, Tsunami-san, but yeah, you never know. Are you guys expecting new races to keep the lower level areas flowing as EA progresses to try and help the game feel fresh, or do you have other plans to keep people flowing through areas as time goes on? Well, we want there to be... We want alting to feel relevant. We want, you know... the game to just be fun enough that you're willing to make alts. So hopefully like the need to, or the usefulness to having alts and just the game being fun, the replayability factor. We hope that's a good start there. And then obviously like going back to town, always having town as like kind of a return point, and having items that you can farm as a low level be useful to high level, stuff like that. Just, standard kind of things that they've already been kind of established in MMOs. But other than that, I don't know. Can I choose where I want my character's house to be? I want my troll to live in a in like a real. Thanks for offer, fixer upper, write down place. I mean, you can't really. I mean, there's like a certain level of supply of housing, so if there's a property available where you want to get it, then you can. Otherwise, no. You'll have to choose somewhere else where there's property available. But yeah, in general, we want trolls to have very real, stuff that makes sense for being a troll. Any plans for things like alternate types of weapons, crossbows instead of bows? No crossbows. Or like pull tools like boomerangs, which can be used more than once. Oh, boomerang's an interesting idea, but no plans. But that is a neat idea. I don't know. I'd have to see our stance on boomerangs. Isn't that like only 5% of what you all want for 1.0? I don't know if it's 5% of 1.0. It's X percent of 1.0 for sure, but 1 point, like the what we all want for 1.0 is, I guess it's definitely less than what we want eventually, because like 1.0 should flesh out most of the starting cities and whatnot, right? Or all the starting cities, technically. So 1.0 is a behemoth in itself, but how fleshed out each region is, I think, is kind of the question mark there, right? Because I could see us expanding the regions beyond 1.0. So maybe 1.0 is a bit smaller in scope than what you're thinking, maybe, but the full vision of the game is definitely beyond that. Feelings on maps in the near future? It's not something that we've been actively tackling. Like, obviously, traditional maps are probably a no-go, but we've talked about offering crude maps and such. Akale, what question did you miss? Or what answer? If I see it, I'll try to answer it again. Out of curiosity, can you expand on what you meant by clerics benefiting from the druid/shaman nerf? Well, they have the highest HPS heal, and they heal for the most. Like, they have the highest heals in the game, because druids and shamans, they're hot, and their unique healer lines got nerfed by roughly half, but the mana cost also got reduced, so that they're still on the same level of efficiency, but in terms of like raw throughput that a cleric can provide, the cleric should stand tall on that kind of balance. So that's what I meant. But you might not see some of that until like higher level and some bigger HP pools, perhaps. I really haven't played much with the changes. I'd have to see what the closed testers are saying about it. Has there been any consideration to the increase the duration of buffs at higher levels? Yeah. So, I think that's a good point to bring up. I will make a note. And I also want there to be like group buffs, but I think they're going to be researched or found in the world and stuff like that. Probably researched. Will there be roving patrols of mobs like goblins or orcs? I'd like for there to be. There's already, a good amount of patrols, but I don't know that we have like a kind of synchronized patrol thing. But that would be cool. I had some ideas a long time ago for that, for like kind of end game stuff, like really big, like a big patrol kind of thing. But yeah. But hopefully there's some cool like event type stuff that we can also do with that. Any plans on making expensive reagents like coffins and other utility items craftable? Ooh, interesting. Not sure. Because it does help for there to just be like raw like money sinks. So I'd have to take it up with Ollie and Runaf, because they're much smarter about these types of things than I am. Is the pet issue going to be looked at, or will it be for the next playtest? Providing that it's an issue with pets and not an issue with load. But in general, I think both pets and load issues will both be looked at, JMojo. Will there be a wipe with Q1 launch of early access? Yes. These characters will probably live on in some form. Maybe you can access them on a test server down the line or something like that. But there will be a wipe for early access, and then there will be no wipes after that. Essentially, early access is the launch of the game. Like, we don't want to like sugarcoat it in any way. Like, when early access launches, that is the game. However, there will be more game that is unlocked over time, and eventually we'll hit a 1.0 version, and then when 1.0 and other big milestones are hit, we will launch fresh servers for the game. Like, when Module 1 comes out, maybe, I don't know, if the vibe feels right for a new server, then we might do that. But it may be too early, right? So maybe Module 2 or Module 3 or something, right? Maybe then we'll do a fresh server. But definitely fresh servers for 1.0. However, the early access servers will still remain. And so you will never lose your characters post early access launch. Like, when early access starts, that's the launch. You can expect all the normal kind of live service things that come with that, including persistent characters that don't get wiped. Can you tweak per class so priests have a bit more regen than others? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, shamans get consumed, druids get whispers of FS, so they get some pretty solid mana regen options. Cleric is the one that had a mana regen option, but then it got taken out. But maybe that comes back in some form. I like the regen values. Feels like I'm on knife edge sometimes, but I haven't played this test yet. Yeah, I mean, it's very slow. If you just like blow all your mana, it'll definitely feel bad, or your health. It'll definitely feel pretty bad. But the whole idea is that you're kind of like edging your mana and your resources. Little crude analogy. Are rare spells already in the game? So abilities that are intended to be dropped or rare down the line are just on the vendor right now. They'll most likely be moved to research or drop at some point before or after early access launch. Will the closed beta test be under the same general restrictions as the closed alpha regarding sharing of info, streaming, etc.? Yeah, it will be. Oh yeah, Monk definitely. I want more of a progression with like your kicks and stuff, but that's gonna be an animation ask for sure. You plan to have trophies for the belt slots like in Warhammer Online? I don't know that there'll be like trophies, but there will be some like cool like thematic things that you could pick up. Like I want there to be like class specific reagent bags and stuff that look like really cool. But trophies, that's a cool idea. Maybe it's something we need to look into. I submitted a ticket, but Herbalism doesn't seem to be able to go past 20 with the 2 plants I can click on. The third one in Sungreat Strand says my skill is not high enough yet. Can you post a bug report on the forum? And feel free to tag Rift. He's kind of handling all that trivial skill stuff. There may be a case where it's not set up right. Plans for race-specific attacks, like say a human doing a drop kick, but an ogre performing a pile driver instead? No plans really, because it adds a lot to our animation workload, and there's already a lot of other stuff that we need to do. But if there's time and resources available for that kind of thing, then I'd love to do that, right? So we'll have to see. But, don't hold your breath type of deal. Good seeing you, Nick. Will you be introducing a lot of new abilities as we level up, rather than giving the full kit by 20 and just doing rank ups? I've seen one example, the Druid Pet, but will we see more of that? Yeah, I would say so. This was already raised internally. But the idea is that you get abilities, like, unique abilities as you level up that aren't like core to your main kit, right? But are like nice quality of life kind of abilities, right? Goblin kick is a backflip. Race identity is built into the animation pipeline. Yeah, so there you go. There's already one example of it. I just didn't want to, commit to a whole, like, slew of them, essentially. What is the rested bonus percent-wise? 15%. How long does it take to become fully rested? Should only take a couple minutes. Different forms of rested will exist that takes longer to become rested. Like, you'll actually be able to, like, sleep in your bed, I guess. It's kind of like one thing that we're considering. That would take longer. But the duration would be exponentially increased. Like sleep 30, then you have like 6 hours of rested unless you die, and then you need to use a campfire after you get rezzed. But that's all gonna be tweaked. That isn't in the game yet. But I'd like to get the in-room set up, because that'll be the first version of that. I thought we were trying to get it ready for this playtest, but I don't know that we did. What are expeditions? Are they instanced? I've heard talks of a cost for going on them. If they are not instanced, couldn't that cause some issues? Yeah, I mean, it could cause some issues, but I mean, it's not. We're not afraid of those kinds of things, I guess. We'll have to see what happens with them, with whatever implementation we go with for them. But in general, expeditions are, you set out with some kind of resource cost, and you like get a boat, or either charter a boat or build your own boat, and then you take that boat out on the high seas, and you take it to some far off lands, exotic locations, and fight some big bad monsters there. Make some memories, and it's definitely gonna be kind of more high end focused. I think there's a possibility of expeditions being low and mid level focused as well. But it's going to be a way to do like raid zones without making raid zones like readily accessible all the time, because we don't want like the game to be a raiding game. So don't misread that. Like, there already is in closed alpha people doing some high-end raid encounters, is the best way to call them. However, they're not like fully dedicated zones. They're like raid targets, right? But for like raid zones and raid areas, those are going to be a bit more expedition focused. It's going to require more of your efforts to get there. And then persisting there is also going to require effort and resources and whatnot. But there's going to be great opportunity as well with that. So the idea is to kind of make it so that going to those like far off places, like it actually is kind of like immersive in a way, instead of just like, oh, time to get to TOV, gotta do the raid now, or whatever, right? So yeah, there's gonna be a bit more commitment there, and yeah, essentially that's what expeditions are kind of poised to be. Of course, the design can change as we develop them. We have our first expedition zone created. It needs some art passes, but it's mostly arted out, and it needs population, which I'll be starting very soon. But yeah, it's gonna, there's gonna be like a voyage kind of to get there, and then you're gonna arrive there. There's gonna be a zone that you arrive in, and then there's going to be, I don't know if I should explain it, but there's gonna be a kind of raid zone, if like there. And hopefully it's a really cool experience for everybody involved. Chex, are you talking about other abilities for Ranger or other classes? When early access comes, will there be I'm thinking you're saying Europe servers as well, or are we playing on US only? I think we're planning on having our servers in US East, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't want to rule out any other regions. I know Ali seems to think that we want to do just like US East, but it'd be cool if we can offer like a West server or a Europe server. But we'll have to see what the pop is like and what the demand is like, essentially. But in general, if you like, US East is great for basically, for playing this style of MMO. I think it's great for anybody in the US, and it's pretty good for many people in Europe. So, like, you know, it's not going to be perfect for everybody, but it'll be pretty good. Because in general, like, East is probably the best region you can go with for these types of games. But that's still being decided. How often might zone/worldwide GM events happen in live? Yet to be determined. We gotta talk that over with kind of the leadership team, and as well as, you know, the customer service person we plan on bringing on. Are you not able to scribe a spell with an item on your cursor, Centaurian Frost? You might be able to just right-click a scroll. But yeah, in general, it's not great to have, you know, an item spawning on your cursor. By the way, I'm really behind on chat, I think. This always happens. Yeah, I'm not sure what happens, Centurion Frost. You may have, like, accidentally reset your traits by choosing a different selection in character creation. That may have happened. Yeah, servers are currently in EU, but that is a temporary measure for pre-early access. Fergal Stack, can you please make a feedback post on that on the forums and tag Nicodemus and Lasava? They're the two designers working on the quests and mud stuff in Falendril and Evershade Weald. It'd be great feedback for them if they're not in the chat already. But yeah. So Fergal Stack was saying that the mud commands feel a little unforgiving and small. Currently, the monk is encouraged to stance every few seconds. E.g., you apply the dot and fire, go earth for the passive AC, dance into wind for the bonus attacks, and going back to earth. Is it intended to be so busy? No, actually, I'm actually not. I know people are probably gonna be like, yeah. That's an L take, but I'm not really into stance dancing for this kind of game. I think being too busy is a flaw for this style of game. But other people will call me crazy, right? They want to be busy. The audience that we have for this game comes from a variety of games. Obviously, mostly the people come from EverQuest, and they want kind of... many of them want a chill experience. So I like to default to the chill experience. I would say that the stance dancing is semi unintended, and is probably just my design failing. So, sorry about that. I'll definitely take a look at that, though. Would you consider beds large enough for more than one person? Yes. What's the percent experience gain for being rested, and how long does it take to get rested from just sitting? Thought I answered this, but 15%, and it takes like 2 minutes-ish. For classes like Bard, is there any chance you'll be adding something like Melody that helps with twist macros? I mean, it's been discussed, but there's no plans for it right now. That being said, you never know what'll happen, but it's just not a priority. Any updates on the tracking system? It was being worked on recently. I don't know that it was ever finished. And then I think some other higher priority things popped up, but now after the playtest, one of the big focuses will be classes. So hopefully in the next playtest. Are expeditions basically planes? No, but they could be. It's kind of like, imagine if this is a bad example, but imagine if you actually had to run to TOV every time. And you had to actually not be able to just walk there, but you had to take like a boat or something. And I know a lot of people actually did have to do that if they didn't get like on their melee character, if they didn't get a bind at TOV with the Locket of Escape thing, then many of you have probably made this trek. I know I did for a while. But I was a rogue. And I also had that amulet, the Alliance amulet, so that was fun. Pre-nerf one. Hey, Derpalurp 5040. Hey, Vivi. Hey, Emmy. Thanks for tuning into the stream. Hope you're having a fun day. You think the tracking system will be similar to EQ or significantly different? I think it's gonna be similar, but so there's some other like elements that we want to add to it. So I think some of it will be similar and some of it will be different. While I'm asking about macros, any chances of adding some more robust macro commands? Being able to pause between commands would be very nice. I believe the pause, not having pause, is by design, because we don't want the macros to be too robust. That being said, if there's a specific like use case that we feel that it needs to be added, then we will add it, but no plans currently. So if you can offer some compelling feedback why it should be, then perhaps. That might be something that we just need to adjust with the pet. So I'll make a note. I could see expeditions being player planned around astrology. I wonder how many in-game farming hours will be required to go on an expedition. Any ideas on that? Duration, I have no idea. And I'm sure it's something we'll have to tweak. But tying in astrology in some way would be badass. And I could see that being involved in certain expeditions where it makes sense thematically. Is there an item linking system, or is it like the old school common land tunnels? There is an item linking system, so you just hold right click on an item, and then you left click this little wood icon thing, and then this is with the chat open, right? And then you just press enter. We could definitely make that a little bit more user-friendly, right? Like, if you haven't played a game like this before, then you probably have no idea what to do with that. Maybe we could even have like an item link button that's just like, I don't know. I feel like there's more we can do with the UI, and we'll continue to work on the UI, make it better. But that's how you do it currently. From a class balance and design perspective, which class or classes do you believe should be the best pullers in the game? What tools do they have or will be getting in the future to help them live up to that design goal? Well, Monk, obviously, because of Feigned Death, and then by proxy, Shadow Knight and Necro. Having Feigned Death is big. Rogue is another one that I wanted to add more playmaking abilities to and like pulling stuff, right? So they get Sap. They also get Vial of Smoke, which is like a Vanish style ability. So that allows them a aggro drop every few minutes. So that can come be used as a Feigned Death. And then obviously Sap is great. And then I think naturally like classes with pacify, placate style abilities is going to be great. Ranged classes like Ranger and Archer are going to be nice, especially if Archers get traps and Rangers continue having the utility that they have. But yeah, I don't know. If I'm missing anything, let me know. One second. Let me do this. Sorry, I'm fighting a little bit of a cold here. Got cure disease if you need it? Yeah. No, I'm doing good. I'm already through the worst of it. Just talk to a priest? Yeah. Good advice. Any interesting in-progress zones you can show us as teasers? I haven't been to the castle in the distance yet, but I'm excited to see where the Nazgul live. So work in progress. So I've did a tour with Pattis, aka Harrison, recently, and it's really shaping up inside there. It still needs a texture pass. It's like mostly gray boxed. We were using some like placeholder textures in there that I think are the previous designer working on the zone brought in. But we had to take those out. And then there's the expedition zone that I mentioned. There's also another full-size dungeon that has been built for the deep module 1. So there's 3 large dungeons. Oh, actually, there's more than 3. So there's another dungeon that we're adding in 2 dungeons. So I think there's going to be like 5 more dungeons at least added for early access. And that isn't including like mini dungeons. Well, I guess one of them maybe is considered a mini dungeon, but I think it's going to be more significant of a mini dungeon and kind of cool and unique. So yeah, dungeons. Dungeons with caster drops, please. Yeah. We'll try to get you some more caster drops. Hey, are goblins KOS to the wood elves right now? I don't know. It's a good question. The faction stuff needs tweaking for sure. Hello, Psycho Man. Won't talk to you, but not KOS. Yeah, that seems about by design. Don't forget -5 charisma on all caster gear. Done. How long have I been streaming? Almost 3 hours. Well, maybe I get out of here after, I don't know, unless there's like an influx of questions or anything like that. Like, maybe I just bounce out. Been following since 2014, but I don't remember from what game you came from. Oh, it was Heroes of the Storm. That's long in the past for me. And for most people that have played it. I'm now a game dev working on this indie MMO called Monsters and Memories. And we're running a free public playtest right now. It's been pretty cool. You could be a monk with a beard and bald. And kill bats. I'm a 10k hour Dota scum, could never get into HOTS. Yeah, I mean, if you played 10k hours of Dota, then that's gonna be it's gonna be a hard sell. Or maybe it's gonna be up your alley. You know, some people like stay to their one game, or if they'll play any adjacent games, right? Like, it's funny, like, I'm sure a lot of you like EverQuest, but there's some people who like EverQuest that don't want to play this game. So, you know, people, you're either an adjacent game enjoyer or you're just a game enjoyer of, you know, a single game enjoyer. What is your personal favorite class to play so far, and why? I just like Cleric. I think it's fun to use the delayed heal and get the most efficiency out of it as you can. Oh no, is this... Oh no. Did Minor Illusion, does it not root you? That's pretty fun. Let me check that. That's hilarious. That's a total my bad thing. Actually, did I set that up? Wait a second. It's set up so you can't move. It looks like it should be correct. I don't know why that would be. Yeah. Nah, you don't have to duplicate it. It's fine. Wasn't an illusion. It's just born with very box-like features. Ah, that's it. Man, I love that fire sound effect. It's so good. It's not an illusion. Mimic is the new playable race. Yeah. How can I get a window that shows only my combat? So you, let's see. You can right-click the chat. Do open new chat window. And then you can right-click and select different combat filters. And then you can remove those filters from your main chat log. So is anybody from the team streaming? I don't know if I'm gonna shut my stream off or not, but I may. Yep, mind games, exactly. You're streaming? Yeah. That I am. It's been a while. When was the last stream I did? A few weeks, at least? Maybe a month? 2 months? I don't know. I lose track. I'm not a big streamer these days. Like, I kind of got it out of my system. Nick, help me out. Where's the Waterfall of Serenity? I'm running around Shaded Dunes looking for it. Is it the Shira place? Behind, I would ask chat, ask an OOC. I'm gonna try to avoid spoilers because, to be honest with you, I don't even know half the time. There's a lot of quest stuff. Like, quest stuff is not up my alley at all. I've done some quests, but they're usually just like one-offs. But we have other capable designers for quest design. Are there plans to have the ability to change the colors of party versus other players versus mobs, etc.? Yeah. So if you're talking about text colors, yes. Nameplates. Oh, nameplates. Probably not nameplates, because, like, well, I don't know. I think we could potentially add nameplate colors. It just wouldn't, like, I don't know. It might get confusing, but I guess if it's like your own preference, then I think it's fine. Yeah. We could make it more obvious. For sure. And I know it's probably difficult for I don't suffer from color blindness, but I know people do, and maybe that's something we need to consider. But we might be able to make the contrast between those two better. Yeah, it's a reasonable request. I'd imagine we'd probably offer something like that. Did they Animist? I don't know that. Is that true? Is that new? Mob's name being colored for charms / mezzes would be nice. Well, we already have the whole, like, visual effect on people, on mobs, rather. If they're mezzed and stuff like that. I know, like, games like WoW with, like, add-ons have made nameplates, like, insanely customizable, where you can, like, pre-color all the nameplates of when going into like a dungeon and like, hey, this is the mobs you need to interrupt. These are the mobs you need to, you know, like at some point it's kind of just like unneeded. But I do think the visual effects for stuff like Mez and Charm and stuff is really nice. I mean, could find something here. Like, that should be enough, right? Or do we need colors too? Will I get banned if I petition for so? No, your petition will just get thrown out. If you keep doing it though, you might get banned. Yeah, you probably won't get banned. You'll probably just like... Well, don't push your luck. You might get banned. Can we get a visual effect for Shaman Spores? People often heal over it. Yeah, that would be great. I'd love for that to happen. Like I said, we're working on... We got a VFX artist now, and Robert has been working on some sound effects and stuff for spells. So spells, again, I've mentioned this in another stream, but artistically, abilities are going to be getting more fleshed out. Any word on skinning implementation? No, not yet. Right now, it's kind of just like looting item based. We'll have to see on the skinning side of things. We are working on crafting skills though. So for this playtest, I implemented the bulk of enchanting, disenchanting. So that's a whole new trade skill in the game. That's fully tiered up to max level and everything. So try it out. I know there were some bugs with it that people discovered on a closed alpha. It might not be working perfectly on here yet. But, yeah. And then on the other side of things with crafting, I've been dabbling in, like, stonemasonry and carpentry and stuff, but Rift is handling a lot of that now. I tend to focus on crafting stuff when it relates to combat and itemization and balance and stuff like that. And then Runaf and Rift help balance certain things like trivial skill levels or skill rate formulas and whatnot. But yeah, if you try out enchanting, let us know if you find any bugs. Let us know how it works, how it feels. It's the first implementation of it, but I added, it was something like 1,190 recipes for it. Now I did have to nuke some of them because I allowed for the enchanting of shirts, but I think we decided that shirts are just a cosmetic item, so if you can enchant it for stats, it doesn't really make sense. Though I guess I mean, yeah, so I guess some people don't want to wear shirts is the problem. So being forced to wear a shirt is not a cosmetic choice. It's an itemization like necessity essentially, right? So we had to remove those. So minus however many that was. Well, shirts are not undershirts. I mean, not breastplates. Slot. Where'd you put the enchanting trainer at with the enchanters? Yeah, I think it's still stuck behind that locked door. Sorry. Disenchanting trainer as well. You can probably sneak in or have an enchanter open the door, but it's pretty easy to sneak in there. It's similar to the WoW version, Hexrook. The hospice actually has injured people now. It's pretty cool. They're faking it? Yeah. You can kill them. But there definitely needs to be a guard in here. How did you get your ability bar vertical like that? I see no options. You mean horizontal? You just click this spinny thing. And you can turn off the title bar by middle mouse clicking or right clicking and toggle title bar. You can hide the book icon. You can lock abilities. You can reset the bar, scale the bar, lock it, pivot it, anchor it. Then you click this, and then you can have the vertical version that's like without the ability names. And then you can get the horizontal version. Oh, the other bar. You just drag it. Find... I need to log it? Log on. Wait, what? Oh, there. So, this is still a little janky. This is more than janky. What is going on with this? Oh, there. Found it. I think. Yeah. Oh, okay, there you go. So I was telling Encrypt about a couple issues with like this. It's one, this thing is down here when it's like this. We have hotbar pages now. So you have multiple pages, which is cool. But yeah, this should be like at the top or something in this setup. And then yeah, the dragging should obviously not be so messed up. Resizing, I mean. But yeah, I like that. Like this. Yeah, I'm feeling cozy with my UI, honestly. Like, it feels comfortable enough for me. Like, I can get things how I want them. Where's the boat landing spot for going to Shallow Shoals? So that's in the Old Harbor district. The Bagnon style layout? Yeah. I do love that in WoW, but you know, I think it's this one, if I'm not mistaken, Goblin, but I think the boat comes at like 7 a.m. or something. Second to last pier. I'm guessing I mean, I've been on it. You'll see it. You'll definitely see it if you're around this location. It doesn't go away. It takes like several minutes to go away. And then whatever happens to you on the boat, I'm not responsible for it, but actually I am. I will have to summon you, but yeah, the boats are not recommended, I would say. Can you have the ability to fly, please? No, you cannot. Unless you become a dev. Then you can. You guys want to get the aerial tour, the Goodyear blimp view? I would love for us to get a new material for this. Like, this needs to... I don't even want to say it, because you might get sued, but this needs to be more like the thing that I'm thinking of in my head. Can you make that dome like the one in Las Vegas? Get sweet projections on there? Yeah, and then have like a blue screen just like appear randomly. Sorry, it malfunctioned. Blue screen of death. The city and lights look beautiful from above. Yeah. It's a cool city, man. Have you guys been to the Bends yet? Definitely check out the Bends. I didn't find fire beetles, but I did find a scion, and it scared me. Sorry that you got scared, bud. You guys just want to go here so badly, don't you? Someday. Someday. Someday soon. Sooner than you think. Oh, this isn't hidden in full. Probably right now with the current build, Seath, we have to do some optimizations, and load times have increased unexpectedly. And there's a lot of load in Night Harbor. If it gets to a point where like it takes ages, I would recommend restarting your client. And then if like after like a try or two, you're just not able to get into the zone, send a petition in on another character. Tell us what character is stuck loading, and then just ask to be moved to another zone, because that usually fixes the issue. It's a very rare issue that people run into. But a non-trivial amount of people run into it if it is indeed a just permanently stuck loading thing. Able to get in, just took a couple minutes. Okay, yeah, we'll work on improving that. Don't want you guys to see too much of the magic over here. The movie magic. Is there plans to stop sandstorms inside caves? Yeah, it's definitely something that's kind of on our radar, but we need to fix that. More like Night Harbor facade, just random holes in the ground, not underdocks. Well, I think the questions are kind of drying up now. I guess I gotta just head off, you know? It's been a good run, but... Giveaway time. Well, hold on, I didn't say I was gonna leave yet. But I'm thinking about leaving. 7-day stream? I should do a 7-day stream. That would be fun. Runs so much smoother on your machine than mine. Hey, what's up, Keith? Thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well, man. We miss you, buddy. Will we get a barber to change our hairstyles for a fee? Undecided. We kind of like locking you into your choices, though. Some of them. I think we may allow you to respect... Well, Keith, speak of the devil, put in some groundwork for respecting your starting stats and starting traits. I think we got to get the traits one hooked up, though. Yeah. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe haircuts, maybe hairstyles is a thing. We'll have to see. Yeah, sorry about the load times. Again, it's a load thing plus like a regression from like... There was this update where we significantly lowered the load times, and then they increased somehow in the recent patch. So we'll get to the bottom of it. So sorry about that, guys. Would be funny to be able to reduce hair but never grow it. Not everyone would agree with that. But it would be cool to have as a feature in game. Were herb spawn adjusted upward? It feels like they're more common now, which is really nice. I believe so. You'd have to ask Rift to know for sure. But I thought they may have been tweaked. Maybe it grows over time naturally and you had to go and get it cut if you want to keep the short hair look. I could just imagine Sean saying no. Sean will be like, are we making a game or a simulator? Something like that. Nick want to see OnlyFans for early patch notes? Sorry, guys. Why not both? MMOs are simulators, IMO. You know, you guys aren't wrong, and there is some degree of simulation that we do want to get in there for you, right? But, giveaway? I don't know what you're talking about. Mud commands are sim. No? I mean, mud commands are mud commands. I won't say that they're anything. Alright, well, I feel this has kind of run its course, huh? Should I find somebody to host? Is anybody from the team streaming? I might have to find somebody to raid. Yeah. It's fun to be able to chat with you guys and run around and just enjoy people being in the game. It's nice. Usually I'm just in a empty world. It feels good to be in it with you guys, and hopefully I was able to answer some of your questions. Maybe I'll fire up the stream kind of later in the playtest, probably after, you know, for the post playtest, like post-mortem kind of thing. Next stream, you read patch notes and drink some wine with us. I've tried to not drink these days, but yeah, maybe some coffee. Been drinking some of this Kirkland signature cold brew coffee. You know, little product placement. Maybe I could get hooked up on some coffees or something. I don't know if that's how it works. Probably not. But yeah, it does go hard. These seriously go hard. Like, I feel cracked out after drinking one of these. Sponsored by Costco, yeah. I actually did have... I was reached out to for, like, an opportunity to do, like, sponsored stream stuff. Or something like that. I don't know that it's gonna be very... I won't say anything, but... I don't know that I'm gonna actually do anything, because I just don't stream. And I like told the guys like, yeah, I don't know, maybe when I get a more consistent stream schedule. But I don't know, it's just not me. But maybe I do it. Maybe I've become a total sellout. I mean, I did broadcast on all 3 servers to come join the channel, so there is that. Red Bull in game for rested buff? Yeah, I mean, you know, the Orb of the Crimson Bull, like, you know, Red Bull, you know where to contact me. Dude boy, Orc boy, how's it going, buddy? Are you playing in the playtest? Nice, man. Well, I hope you enjoy it. You still working on your monk? I believe you had a monk, right? Kirkland peanut butter pretzels are S tier. Ooh, that actually sounds delicious. I might have to try those. I've been looking for like a little good cheat snack when I'm not doing my diet stuff, but it sounds pretty good. Gonna try to push 20 plus on the monk. Nice, man. I hope you have a good time out there. I promise I've tried every peanut butter pretzel out there. Dude, I do like my covered pretzels. And I do love my peanut butter. So that does sound pretty good. Reese's cereal bars? That actually sounds really good too. I love chocolate and peanut butter, like almond and chocolate, like those combos like do it for me. Yeah, I've been working on my health, so I've been dieting and stuff. But it'd be nice to have, you know, a little cheat day where I can have some snacks and just hang out and stuff my face. Twix BB commercial coming up, dude. If I'm gonna get free treats, then I'll I can. Whoa, that was crazy. Did you see that? It's kind of crazy rubber banding. My cheat day is an Italian sandwich. Bread is pizza pasta. Awesome, dude. Italian sandwiches. I do love me an Italian sandwich. I just love sandwiches in general. Like, who doesn't love a sandwich? You know? Cheat day is carbs, mac and cheese. Any excuse to eat bread? Yeah. Alright, I should start kicking this raid off. This has been a lot of fun, guys. I don't want to turn it off the stream necessarily, but I feel like I'm just kind of filling dead air. You know? What's the population at? 1749? Okay, 1744. Going down a little bit, but still pretty up there. Thanks for answering a bunch of questions. Yeah. Yeah, dude, it's fun to talk to you guys about stuff, and this is such a unique development process to be able to just turn on camera and talk to talk to the camera, talk to you guys, and just kind of give insight and not have to worry about anybody, you know? Got up to 1874 earlier. New high score. Nice. To my knowledge, there hasn't been any server crashes. Imagined a generational run of EQ's spiritual successor into PlanetSide successor. Dude, don't give away all my secrets. You know? Like, I'm not thinking about that all the time, you know? Totally not. Is there new Archer abilities in this test? There's only a new one. It's a cooldown called... Wait, did I add one to Archer? Yeah, I did. Flurry of Arrows. It's a cooldown-based, offensive cooldown-based. So it's not going to be in your, like, normal, like, abilities that you use regularly. I mean, it's semi-regularly, right? It's like an offensive cooldown with a certain few minutes of cooldowns, like 5 or 10 minutes or something. I might have to adjust those. Like, if they become too prevalent, like, I don't, like, obviously in EQ, they were like, what, 30 to an hour? 48 minutes or something? I can't remember. But if they're like every 5-10 minutes, that could become like too powerful. So I may adjust those a bit. But nothing long, like crazy long, like EQ times, I think. I don't know. I have to think on that one. Flurry of Arrows slaps, even with 10-minute cooldown. Middle ground, 8 minutes. Yeah, like... Is the fire experience bar intended? Yes. So I'm in a hell level. So this is inferring that you are indeed in hell. Because there's hellfire engulfing your experience bar. That is a little idea I came up with, and Encrypt was able to put it together. That's super fun? Yeah, I thought so. You plan on lowering cooldown of True Strike for Ranger? It's 60-minute cooldown at the moment. That one's meant to be like a longer, like... I think I intended for that to be like that because it's like it's more powerful than the rogue run, the rogue and the archer ones. However, they're not like a top tier, meant to be like top tier DPS class, so the longer cooldown kind of makes sense, in addition to the kind of balancing factor of it being a longer duration and more powerful one. So, well, is it more powerful, or is it just longer duration makes it more powerful? Anyways, it was intended. I may tweak the offensive cooldowns for other classes. So yeah, I mean, it's all intended right now, but it could all change. Sorry for the scuffed answer on that. Seem a bit long for cooldown, especially since it's on spellbar. Yeah, I mean, some of that's intended, but we have talked about splitting them off the spellbar. Any shot at giving Necro a cooldown to allow temp minion army fueling? Sort of like an Army of the Dead? Yeah, I've been thinking about that for not just Necro, but yeah, I like that. I believe the game supports like 3 pets right now. I mean, we can obviously increase that to however many we want. So maybe it's a thing where we do that. How likely is the High Elf Ranger to exist one day? I forgot if High Elves are allowed to be Rangers or not. Race class allowed defaults. Let me look in the database. I don't believe they're slated to be Rangers, but you never know. There could be a class or a quest that allows them to do that. And you never know, we may like revise what race is or what classes a high elf can be when we release high elves. Have you thought about more on Enchant Ally and more things to do with it? Chet and I were thinking it'd be neat if the ability set you got with depend on the class you cast it on. Oh, that would be really cool. One idea I had was just having other abilities that you can slot into it. So it's kind of like a loadout, like a mini spell loadout, like your main loadout. And then have like different things that you can obtain. Yeah, it's definitely not like like in its final form, I'd say. But I think there's enough of it there to kind of give you the idea of what it's meant to be. But we'll have to see. I mean, it exists. It's like a unique thing that's in the game. There's a lot of other priorities, so I can't promise that it'll get a ton of love, but I think it'll eventually get some love. Yeah. Elrond's sons were rangers. There you go. Gotta have it, right? Make your case to Sean. Sean is Sean, you know, if you can convince Sean, then you can convince me. Just for your information, the commands window won't go off screen on the right side, but will on the left side. Encrypt. You can make a note. Can you speak to religion, powers, / abilities? Maybe special spell unlocks based on what god you serve? Yeah, I think that it's actually in the cards. Hopefully it feels like... Hopefully it doesn't... So my main concern with it is, like, forcing you down a religion just because of an ability and, like, min-max potential and stuff like that. But still, I think it would be kind of cool, right? So maybe the abilities are more flavorful instead of, like, combat-oriented. Like, maybe it's, like, some kind of fun utility or something. I don't know. Not that that doesn't mean you wouldn't min-max that as well, but... You know, maybe we can make them less min-maxy. Yeah, Hexrook. Me too. Have you guys seen the bribe racial? I love that it has like the coin sound effect. I hear this. It's kind of quiet, but it was just kind of like a sound we had. Oh, that's bugged. I think some of these are bugged. Yeah. Oh, there we go. It's very strong. Yeah, it's a nice one. It is on a cooldown, of course. So it's not like you can just do that as a goblin now, like all the time, but... And I think you have to be pretty close range to do it. I don't know if it has a chance to fail, or if it should have a chance to fail, but maybe it does. I think it's very goblin-like if it has a chance to fail. Because didn't, like, in World of Warcraft, like, a bunch of the, like, gnomish and goblin engineering items have, like, a chance to do something, like, get you killed or whatever? That'd be fun. fun, but not really when it happens to you. Mostly the goblin ones, yeah. Yeah, it should have a chance to blow up in your face, right? Metaphorically speaking. You tried to bribe me? Oh, it's like beg from EQ. Like, oh, I tried to beg you, but then you killed me in one hit. Thank you, guard. Boat route is Shell Shoals the end of the line? No, Keeper's Bite should be. But there will be additional boat lines that we add that will end at Shell Shoals and just go back to your origination point. Yeah, dude, yeah. It's a pretty like it's a low poly, like classic kind of looking game, but it's also utilizing modern day like lighting practices, so it gets pretty atmospheric, like I like it. So let me enter like a dark dungeon. Like it's very moody. It's like a very chill game. Like it's definitely like okay, so let me turn off my lanterns. You can see how dark it can get in here. But you can adjust the gamma slider, so if you max it out, it's not too bad. But yeah, it's cool, man. I like it. The lighting adds a ton to the look. Yeah, I mean, that was always the idea. I was like, oh, let's make something, you know, kind of calls back to the older MMOs. And, but yeah, just like make it super moody, super atmospheric. Like the lighting and everything should be really neat. So stay on the boat is what I'm hearing to go to Keepers. Yes, that's correct. Help nails to Dungeon Crawler Fantasy. Yeah. Yeah, so the graphics aren't for everybody, but they definitely grow on you if you've been in the game and if you get in the game and play it for a bit. And yeah, I don't know. I'm biased, of course, but and we're working on the graphics a lot. You know, like we're working on character art. We're working on lighting. We're working on everything. So. By the way, I'm just running around as a GM, so I don't incur any aggro or anything, obviously. I'm actually hidden from players, even though you can see my model. But yeah, people are in here adventuring, having fun. It's cool to see. Has anyone killed Bone Construct yet? Man, nobody's killing Bone Construct. Is anyone... Alright, hold on. I gotta check something. Because I said I would reveal a secret if you guys killed it something. Yeah, so... Oh, did somebody get Skyseer? Let's see. You just killed Skyseer. We've got earthquakes, baby. You're welcome. Quake, 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 quake. Inform your guilds. I was waiting to pop that off for so long. We've had that available since the patch, and I haven't used it yet on the closed alpha or anything. And we didn't unveil anything in the patch notes or anything. Any plans for sleeper style events? God, I hope so. I think there might be some ideas, but nothing implemented yet or any like very soon plans. But yeah, 100%. I know there's something like kind of like a I guess the best comparison would be like the Ring War. I think that would be pretty cool. But yeah, I have an idea for something with that. But yeah, sleeper style events I think would, completely reasonable. What did the earthquake do? So it respawns all of the like kind of raid mobs, encounters. So this room was empty. I earthquaked and then Skyseer Ilya respawned. And I popped this off on all 3 servers. I don't know that any of the mobs spawned elsewhere. What the hell was that? People are talking in the chat. I wish I was in Night Harbor for that, actually. Yeah, the regular... So we went back and forth on if regular mobs should respawn. I kind of think it'd be cool, but I feel like the P99 implementation kind of just griefs like 90% of the server for like it griefs like 60% of the server, 50 to 60% of the server that aren't raiding. I think there's a pretty good, especially nowadays, P99 is very top heavy. Yeah. So it griefs like a majority of the server I don't know that, but still, I think it would be cool if there was like kind of, like an event that did respawn stuff, but it should be a little bit more few and far between than the earthquakes, because the earthquakes, I want to be like a semi-regular occurrence. It kind of actually, like maybe a weekly, We're gonna get a tsunami soon? Oh, that's a cool idea. Definitely want to get the Blood Moon in that we've talked about, and some other cool little events like that. Like, just imagine like you're playing one night and then the moon just turns red. Like what does that entail? I know we talked about it being like a PvP earthquake, but I think we're gonna move away from that. I think some other cool thematic thing would be cool. You need slash dance? Yeah. So do I. I'm mostly interested in the PvP aspects, but I'm unsure regarding all your items loot. It's not all of your items, it's just one item. But still, I mean, obviously that is, can be devastating. Have you had any thoughts about this? I hope an EA PvP server will be non-multi-box. Yeah, it's something I'm thinking about, but don't really have any concrete information to share. I think there will be a PvP server one day during early access or at 1.0 that doesn't have item loot. It may have coin loot, like coin on your person, but I think we can do a Teams PvP server without item loot. I think that's makes sense. Thoughts on in-game, in-lore holidays or events? We're trying to not make them real world, as far as I know. That being said, I mean, real world is what people relate to, right? So, and I definitely had fond memories of playing, like, EverQuest on Christmas or, like, Thanksgiving and stuff. I remember there being, like, GM events that would pop up. That was always fun. But we'll have to talk about it as a team. I'm not married to one way or the other. But in general, I think the consensus has been like no real world holidays in the game. Like if they are, it'll be themed based off of our world and not, you know. Let guilds be teams? Well, that's why we have the, I mean, FFA PvP server, right? That's why Herodrill exists. Guilds get to be the teams. But I think there is something to be said with having a hard-coded team that you can't leave or, you know. Who knows, though? I could be off. Any chance on some NPC that sets binds at cities? There is a quest in there for that, but it's a, you know, you have to find it. It's a pretty easy quest. It's actually extremely easy, especially if you know what to do and what options you have. Yeah, that's definitely a concern, Naru, but you know, it's just for this style of game, it's always going to be an issue. So you kind of have to like, you kind of just have, it's kind of just a thing that you have to do, essentially, I feel. Because you may get some new players involved with a new server, and then you can, if like worst comes to worst, you can just like kind of at the end of the server's kind of lifespan, just merge everybody back into like Herodrill, for example, and then like have a new season. I know I hate to say it, but like that's just kind of the state of PvP and these style of games. I would love for it to, but I hope that the PvE server has enough of a PvP side to it that you can actually enjoy PvP on PvE servers. Optional, like specific areas for it. Uh-oh. Have you thought about PvP rules by zone to keep more people on one server? Yeah. That's kind of what I was talking about with the PvE servers. But on PvP servers, yes. It'd be cool too, of course. A more risky zone might be item loot, normal PvP zone, coin and bag. Yeah, I think that's all like a reasonable idea. It's just like, oh, is this Zachary? Is this the Zachary? He was actually a very early team member for a while, a short time. Be cool if that was him. Can you tell us anything about stonemasonry? Well, what is it like? So there's masonry and there's stone cutting, I think. Stone cutting, I believe, is the refining skill, like your smelting and your woodworkings of the world. And then you have masonry, stone masonry, and then that allows you to create stuff out of stone. Now, certain stone creations are still like, for example, blacksmithing. It still has like sharpening stones and whatnot, I believe. But then you're gonna have like stone furniture and stone objects that you can create and stuff through stonemasonry, and that's gonna be like, yeah, furniture and whatnot, and different like placeable things. Yeah, the sewers are very non-intensive zones, so there are zones in the game where you're gonna have incredible frame rate, if you're like kind of like on the lower end of things, because there just isn't a lot going on. Night Harbor is a very, very complex zone, very large, tons of players in here, tons of NPCs, even more NPCs. Like there's what? How many people in the zone right now? 532. There's at least 4 to like 5 times the NPCs of that. Pyramids? That'd be fun. Can we make Waitstones yet? I don't know. I set them up, but I may have messed something up with Waitstones. I don't know if I fixed it or it made it into this build or not, or what happened. Have you thought about introducing a form of system that rewards doing PvP? Something like classic WoW's honor system, perhaps? We haven't thought about it much. It's an idea for sure. I just wouldn't want it to feel too much like WoW, where it's like a currency. Like, I was playing modern WoW recently, like WoW Retail. There's just so many currencies that I just don't know what anything is, and it's like, oh, it annoys me. It really does. I mean, I just WoW-head it, right? But it is really annoying that there's like so many currencies. Like every new zone, there's like new currency type. So I'm kind of adverse to that type of thing. I think it can be beneficial in certain circumstances, but yeah. And I think even modern EverQuest does some of that too, right? I think it would be fun to do some like, some non-Eminem streams that's like just talking about like game development, and not game development, but like game design theory and stuff like that. Because I think like I was playing Modern WoW recently, and like there's some things that I love about it, and then there's some things that I absolutely hate about it. It'd be cool to see a new MMO that like borrows some of the stuff, like that they do, but then like trim a lot of the fat of stuff that they do as well, and just see how it works. Like, when are they gonna make WoW 2? Like, I know they're trying like new things with some of these newer expansions that they're doing, but like they're trying to remove like combat add-ons and all this stuff, and may create a new kind of WoW experience. But it'd be fun to see some of their ideas utilized in a new game. What do I like about it? I don't know exactly. Like, like obviously Monsters and Memories and EverQuest, like those games are not like rotation based. WoW is very rotation based, especially the modern game. Um, and like I like that there's multiple different choices of like MMOs you can play, and they're so different from each other. Some of them are so different from each other. Obviously, a lot of them kind of copied each other, right? And you know, but like I like that there is so many options where you can have a game that's like totally try hard and like all about, you know, just making number go up, and then there's a game like this where it's like kind of more of a chill campy experience, right? And like more of a world, more immersive. um like I never, you know, set out to make the, you know, work on this game because I was like, MMOs have lost their way. Like, I like that there are different MMOs. I just think there should be more games like this, and like other games that kind of have like fallen into disrepair and stuff. Like I feel like preserving a certain kind of play style is important, and I feel like this kind of classic MMO playstyle needs to be preserved and it needs to continue on. That's where I take issue with things, is where, like, for example, one of my favorite games is PlanetSide 1. You can't play PlanetSide 1 anymore. Like, you can on the emulator, but it's, you know, it's fairly dead, right? And that's due to a number of reasons, right? But, like, I think a game like PlanetSide 1 should exist. And like classic EverQuest, you cannot officially play a classic EverQuest anymore. You only have the modern EverQuest version, and you have classic emulators, obviously, so you can play it. But still, there should be a live service game that offers this kind of experience, and that's why Monsters and Memories exists, right? Nick, we need another earthquake. Not today, not today. But it may occur on a day other than today. You can't even get an experience close to PlanetSide 1 anymore? It's sorely missed. Yeah, well, hopefully, you know, hopefully, like, we're afforded the opportunity to work on more games. It's not like, you know, got them in Monsters and Memories, now let's abandon it. That's definitely, like, Monsters and Memories is always going to be near and dear to our heart, and we're not going to, you know, just use it as our feeder game. But, you know, like, it would be a awesome start to a series of games that are, you know, helping out, bringing back some of these old play styles of games that have kind of gone away. Because, like, I think the original PlanetSide, I think that's a game that, it's not because the game was bad per se, it was because it was kind of that fell into disrepair, right? Like, they stopped moderating the server. Then people started using like client-side based hacks that you could just delete everybody from the game, basically. Like, you can make everyone appear on your screen in one place and then shoot them like fish in a barrel. Like, it didn't get updated over time. It just kind of stayed how it was. Like, so it would be cool to grow our company into like a you know, a new kind of force in online gaming, because, you know, SOE used to be such a, like, they were just, you know, they're making EverQuest, they're making Star Wars Galaxies, they're making PlanetSide, you know, they're a major player. They were the player in the MMO space. So it'd be cool, you know, to one day be able to have a catalog of games But, you know, I don't want to get ahead of myself, right? Like, there's no guarantee that we're successful. Like, I hope that we're successful. I hope that we're afforded the opportunity to keep working on Monsters and Memories, and then eventually, when the time is right, you know, work on other games. That would be that's a dream of mine. It's a goal of mine. But again, I am so dedicated to working on Monsters and Memories. I don't want any of you to, like, you know, take away like, oh no, he's just doing this to do the next thing. It's like, no, I love this game. It's near and dear to my heart. I've always wanted to make a game like this. But, you know, there's more that I want to do. You know, you never know what'll happen down the road, but I hope that, you know, we're able to provide a game that you'll play for years, and then maybe some other games. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know, Tupac. Probably not. Sorry that I'm just kind of running around like a chicken with its head cut off or whatever. I'll just go to south speed. Are there any things that are on a must-do list before the soft launch in Q1 2026? Yes, we have a list. And we're working to make that available publicly. We could ship the game tomorrow, but we want the launch to be solid. Like the date, like, so we talked about early access coming sooner than this. A couple of years ago, we had a discussion about, okay, what is our release plan? And we put that plan into action. The original plan for early access was smaller scope and sooner. But I feel that... But I was like, I don't see us releasing before, like, Q4 2025. And then that's how Q1 2026 game. Like... and then we added some additional scope. So I'm the scope creep guy. I'm just self-reporting, I guess. But no, I don't think that the so it's mostly the scope of the content. You could blame it on me, guys. You'd be like, Nick, he's just a scope creep guy. But I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. Time will tell. History will tell. Will you be releasing into early access on Steam? No. But we will offer, like, I think we're gonna like have like a Steam charts equivalent for our game that we like homebrew. So when our population goes down, you guys can point and laugh or whatever. Post on Reddit about it. But hopefully it just keeps going up and gets to like a solid point. How many hours of content, assuming you just play a single character and focus only on modern day players, is the release of a game in most people's eyes? Oh, but EA to modern day players. is the release. Yeah, that's why we're not trying to fool ourselves either. We're straight up saying EA is the release of our game. Uh-oh. My headset's running out of batteries. A second. Sorry for the ads, guys. I don't know if I've like configured my setup incorrectly or what, but being a Twitch partner, I don't know if like that just like gives you a ton more ads or what have you. Are you aware of the mob pathing issues? Yeah, so in a zone, if you're talking about in Night Harbor, yeah. There is something with a high load causing lag and pathing issues. We have some optimizations on the way for... we added a new programmer to the team, and he's focused specifically on performance and optimizations and whatnot. So there's a lot of good stuff in the pipe for that. The plan is to run a stress test between now and the November test. And this may be a multi-day affair. I don't know how long we're planning it, but we need to get a bunch of people online, and we're going to try to get them all on the same server potentially, and try out some optimizations and see what we can do there. But yeah, long story short is we're aware. Oh my god, you guys made global cooldown invisible on skills. Love it. Yeah. If you're experiencing lag, I would definitely say get out of Night Harbor. There's a lot of world to see outside of Night Harbor. Relatively. And, yeah. Check it out. It's less laggy out there. Are you familiar with Project Gorgon? Yes. If so, can you talk about the differences and similarities, if any? I would say there's a lot more influence from like EQ and similar titles in this game, whereas I think Project Gorgon is more of a Sheeran's Call spiritual successor. Project Gorgon is made by like a very small team of developers and are kind of focused on a specific niche. Our game has grown to 36 developers, so it's like the kind of the breadth of development is kind of different there. I feel that, and it's not to throw shade at anyone, I feel like one of our strengths is the amount of content we have already at this time, and a ton more going to be coming shortly after early access launch and whatnot. I feel that we're really ahead on where we should be with content, but obviously there's a huge world to create, and we're only scratching the surface. So if we're able to keep up as we've been doing, it's going to be really nice. You can't turn into a cow here yet, but just wait until there's a cow model. Then some class will be able to do it, Druid or something. Hey, Sean Heidi, how's it going? Good to see you, bud. Sorry, there was an ad when you were answering. Did you have a guess on how much content you were launching with? Yeah, so we have 15 plus. I'm not going to specify how many zones we have, but there are 15 plus zones in this current test. For early access launch, there will be 20 to 25 plus. So I'm not going to give a specific number, but that's, you know, within 5, right? Total time to finish target on a city zone. Oh, that's going to vary wildly. Like, Night Harbor is not done. Like, and I see Night Harbor being worked on for a long time. But Night Harbor is getting into a nice state. A launch state, I would say. Dude, I sleep on that couch many, many nights. Many late dev nights. Like, that couch is where I go to when I'm like, I'm developing and I'm just like, I need a quick little, you know, I need a quick little breather. It is a very comfortable couch. This couch is from my hot stays. It's a very famous couch. Got that 90s camera lighting. Love it. Yeah, I mean, that's the style we're going for, right? Time to get Lazy Boy to sponsor Eminem. Dude. Hey. That'd be amazing. Uh-oh. My frame rate... I think my frame rate's kind of tanked a bit. Yeah, what the hell? That is very low. I don't know that we... I think we fixed some memory leaks. But I don't know that we've plugged them all in this build specifically. Again, I was talking about some client-server optimizations that we want to test out soon. And we'll probably be having a play test between now and the November test. So it'll be fun to try that out. Dude, you know my PC is stacked. But yeah... I think it's time to get those optimizations in. That'll be great. March 16th, 2026 sure sounds like a great launch day for EA. That's oddly specific. Which of the dungeon zones is your favorite so far? Why? Definitely Wormsbane. I just like the vibe in there. I'm biased because I populated it. I itemized it. I think it's one of the finest pieces of content that we've built for the game. It's just like very nostalgic because it was like when we first started Friends and Family back in late 2022, like it was like Night Harbor, Wormsbane, Shaded Dunes, and like maybe Sungreet, the game. Like Glass Flats existed, like to some degree. I think Fallen Pass existed, but was like completely unused and different than it is now. And so it's near and dear to my heart in a number of different ways. So I think Wormsbane is definitely up there. It's also created some of the more challenge for me. And it's just fun to like, the named camps are fun and rewarding feeling. Bone Construct is an encounter that I put together. So yeah, there's a lot of things I like about it and just nostalgic things going for it. Levitate is something that's kind of like undecided because it's very different in this game versus EverQuest because this game is so vertical, like, in a number of areas. So Levitate might just be broken. That being said, it's still undecided how it will exist. If it's possible that it only exists as a short duration kind of thing. You're welcome. How do you pronounce Sao? Sao. I know a lot of people say so. I say Sao. But I did get infected and say so sometimes. Yeah, he popped in the chat. Checked out the game. He was just in here not too long ago. Is there water walking? Not yet. I would like for there to be water walking. Thank you for the vindication with my group members. Hey, people are welcome to pronounce things how they want. You know, that's part of the fun, right? For those of us who are fairly computer illiterate, is there a new player guide going to get... Is the new player guide going to get a little blurb about how to create macros? Oh, that's a good idea. I don't know if Loki's in here, but I'll send him a message. That's a good idea. So that will probably get added before the next test. What kind of weight are you expecting wagons / mounts to be able to carry? Yet to be decided, but definitely significant. And that'll probably scale up depending on, like, what form we're talking about, right? Like, certain mounts will be good at carrying weight, but kind of slow. There would probably be, like, fast mounts that don't carry a lot. Like, probably, like, the crude wagon will probably, like, I don't know. Maybe it'll break down or something. Like, you never know. Never know what'll happen. I gotta load up Oregon Trail and, like, immerse myself and get inspired. See how that goes. $500, $750, $1,000, $1,250? Probably. Too soon, amnesiac. Are mounts going to be expensive, or you can only afford one, or will be planned to have many mounts for different reasons? Undecided. I would say, like, there's definitely should be a commitment to maintaining a mount. But I think long term you should be able to have multiple. Do races have stuff like EQ1 where ogres have frontal immunity, or are all races the same when it comes to tanking? So there's traits, and certain races have access to racial traits, and some of these will actually be made like into innate racials that are given to you. Like, you won't have to select them in traits, essentially, and then you'll have other generic traits you can pick, but the short answer is yes, but there's nothing like frontal immunity in this game. I mean, there's hardiness, which is Deep Dwarf specific currently, and it reduces your chance to be stunned, and it also gives you an active to break stuns and make you immune to stuns for a short period of time. So they're kind of more similar to WoW racials. Evershade needs a hit team to slay these green drakes, 6 to 10 up per single level 1 to 2 mob. Oh, shoot. Let's check it out over there. I know you guys... some of you guys have seen the new state of Evershade, but might as well just run in there real quick. Will there be a list of these once implemented? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it'll appear in character creation. But they are all created now, I believe. I made sure of it to get those in before the test. Clean up crew. Whoa. Yeah, there's something we need to do with spawn volume so that this doesn't become a problem where there's only, like, you kill a bunch of mobs, then only the green drakes spawn, and then you can only kill, you know, like you run out of mobs, basically, because you can't kill the green drakes, and, it's on our list. It's cool to see people playing in here. That lift is not... It's kind of a little bit choppy. But it's cool to see the lifts working, man. This zone is a vibe. By the way, the music in the zone, I believe, is just for the city? I don't know what we're doing with that. I'll have to talk to Robert again. And then you ring the bell to call the lift. Oh, hopefully I didn't screw people over that were on the lift. Sorry if I did. Oh no. I might have just trolled somebody. But I'll be hidden so they won't be able to pin it on me unless they're watching the stream. As a programmer, lift seems hard. Yeah, lifts and boats are definitely hard. And we also want to work on the speed of... Why am I stuck? Oh god, what happens if I rewind on a lift? Yeah. I think I got stuck or something. I don't know what happened. Oh, we got some new herbs in here too. They're fancy. I give myself speed. It's pretty fancy. I love this. So classic. Like, you can't really tell from a distance, but as you get closer, you could definitely see those planes. Love it. Perfect. There's a reason why they used it as an old trick before? Yeah. What the heck's going on? I'm just... Yeah, that doesn't seem right. I can't walk on this. Is it... Do I have fly on or something? Collision on... Oh, I think I... Maybe I just... Oh, yeah. Yep, lifts are hard. Lifts are hard. But hey, I'm up here. We made it. Should I not have camped on the lift? I imagine you'll be okay. Unless you're at the top of the lift. Well, then you'll be fine anyways, because... you'll just fall for no damage, because fall damage is disabled. Just kidding. Rain has been turned off. Sorry, guys. Let's see what kind of fun little jumps that we could get ourselves into. That's cool. Dude, we need climbable vines. We have climbable spider webs. We need climbable vines. Where you can ride the spider up the wall instead of spider bits that let you climb walls. Both sound fun. Rogue has grappling hook it uses for class quests. Yeah, it's true. We even got a fancy icon for that, thanks to Goblin. Where is that? There. Is the experience bar hell level? Yep, Keith, remember that? It's such an old issue. We finally got it done. I'm level 30, so I'm in a hell level. Yeah, the icon updates look great. Dude, if it were up to me, Goblin would just sit there all day making only icons, but you know, he's got to make other cool stuff, right? But I do appreciate all the icons that he's brought in. It's definitely been awesome. Like our icon, like, so we have this system. It's fairly simple on paper, right? Like you recolor like aspects of like icons, like this shield, right? Is obviously like teal. But like there's so many different like cool items, like here, the Shawl of Piety. Like it's red and it has like that gold trim on it. But like tattered cloth shoulders. Same icon, right? Obviously it's a little bit smaller on your cursor, but like just the flexibility we have to adjust multiple like color channels and like really like customize like the items. Like obviously it's technically like a reskin, a recolor, but like the flexibility and control we have over that is so awesome. Like it feels a lot better than just you know, a lot of these Unity games, they buy like the one icon asset pack that everybody uses for either Unity games. And they're solid icons, but it's like, it's just the same old tired like WoW item icons and ability WoW style that's used in every Unity game like that. That isn't us. We've got our own icons. We've got our own like kind of little lerping system for them. Keith did great work on this. Yeah, this has been one of the many joys of my designing, is just like when I could just chill out and make some item icons. It's a lot of fun to see some items come to life. Yeah, the new item models are nice too. Yeah, game is really shaping up in a number of different ways. Like this whole zone looks vastly different than last time. Got a lot of texture work done in here. I'm hoping we're gonna adjust the clover shader a bit. I think it would be nice if the dark spots were a little bit less prominent. But I'm not an artist. I'm just a guy with opinions. So maybe it's actually just fine and I'm stupid, but I try to bring up things I see to the artists and see if they have opinions on them, see if I'm completely wrong. But still, overall, this is looking so much better than it was. Although I did like the old Ever shade as well, but this definitely feels more finalized. Is there any known graphic issue where textures are a little blurry while stationary, but when moving the camera, they are cleaner? It's happening on my desktop PC and not my laptop, so not sure what could be causing it. I have no idea. If you could post any videos and a bug report about that, Sephiroth, that'd be amazing. I'm not aware of anything like that, but, you know, everything's possible, right? Anything's possible. What do you mean, click you? Are you, like... Dying while loading, isn't that kind of your own fault? Are you stuck? Hey chat, what is the best way to level a skill like slashing? Obviously use a weapon, but the mobs I'm fighting are so high it never hits. Try some lower level mobs, maybe? Oh, I don't think you need to hit. You don't need to actually successfully hit. I don't know if that comes into play, though. Maybe it does. Maybe I'm wrong and it actually is required. But definitely some lower level mobs would probably do you good. Is there any concern about player population with only one race being able to start in Wood Elf Land, but all other races starting in NH? I think we're going to have halflings start here as well. But yeah, I mean, obviously... It is on our radar. It is also a concern. Like, yeah, it's a concern. Well, we're gonna see how it goes with Wood Elves and Halflings. It sounds like. I don't know that we're gonna, like, completely exile them. Like, I don't know if that's gonna be their only option, or what. If we're gonna allow them to start in Night Harbor as well. Currently, Wood Elves can also start in Night Harbor. Like, here, let's camp out. New loading screen updated, by the way. It's really nice to see. I, updated the mountain texture to be what is currently in game, and the box texture. We got the meat spin sound effect. So good. That's kind of without the character. But yeah, let me... pull up Wood Elf. So... see, you can select Night Harbor or Falindrol for Wood Elves currently. I love this screen, by the way. Like, there's another thing that Keith did. Thank you, Sean Heidi. Option is nice, but forcing one town would help with population in those zones. Yeah. Can you show the deep races? I believe the Deep Elf model is in-game, and there's even NPCs maybe in Scarwood. So you can probably check them out if you run over there. They won't be available for play until Module 1. Falindrol doesn't unselect? Yeah. We have a couple of issues with, we just fixed one in character select. Like our character, this is highlighted clearly, but it wasn't. So just something that we may have to fix. Have you thought about having a pop-up to confirm zoning? Oh, that's a nice idea. Well, I mean, the load screen appears pretty fast, right? I kind of like the EverQuest, the old EverQuest style. Like, you do your little action pose, like, right as you zone, and then it kind of, like, locks in on that. I thought playing into that might even be fun, but I don't know what kind of black magic happens behind the load screen. Like, what, you know, everything looks like. Probably not pretty. That's why there's a load screen. Have you considered doing a cinematic for the launch? No, we don't have any cash, so no. But to be fair, there are some people out there that have created some amazing cinematics. I think Blizzard hired them. But in general, we're not really like a cinematic-driven game. All right, get back in there. Oh, drop below 200 viewers. Got to turn off the stream. Oh wait, back to 199. Cinematic waste of money. Yeah, like. I mean, it's not a waste of money for people that, or companies and projects that have money to do those things and their games are known for it, like WoW and whatnot. Keith, thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate that. Tier 1 gifty. How much time does a Sif gift sub get? At least 10 minutes. Yeah, I should be like doing the whole September like marketing, right? No, I got it. Is this for the part where I had to play that Green Day song? Join a call. Subbed with tier 1. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. You should also do a staged play themed Eminem, record it live on Twitch. We could do a little LARP action. All right, let's see where else people are at. On Vale. Let's run around Vale a little bit. Jumped over that big log in Evershade. Nice. I spammed your chat enough tonight, I had to. Oh, appreciate it. You gave me like 25% of the content of the stream just by asking questions and saying things. Oh, thank you. I'll send you a check for 25% of the sub and ad revenue. I like how these giants do a little jog when they render in. We gotta fix that. They're actually walking a little bit too fast. It's a side effect of increasing their like base movement speed. It also increases their walk speed. But it's at a decent place. See, yeah, he's got a little, you know, pep to him. You've watched 10 Taco Bell ads? If I wasn't on a diet, I'd order some Taco Bell right now, just for mentioning that. Can we get a couple gold teeth on them? Oh, I like that idea. Maybe. Quados knows what's up. Sorry for your loss, join a cult. All right, how long have I been streaming for? I kind of let these streams get away from me. Oh my god, it's almost 5 hours? Maybe I call it soon, you know? Man, it rains a lot in this desert. Who designed this game? I mean, who specifically designed the weather values, Nick? Why did you make it so rainy? I mean, it's a magical desert, guys. It's magical. It's amazing. Dude, it's awesome. There's still, like, around 1,800 people playing. What? Like... Thank you guys for playing the game. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. Hey man, do you know if my body's gone if I died last playtest? I've been looking for it and I think it's GG. Give me a character name and server, I'll get it for you, Futuristic. In general, though, you can just petition for those kinds of things, but if you just send me your server and character name, I'll just do it right now. THC on Krivia? Oh boy, that's an interesting name. We'll let it stay for now, but got my eyes on you. We know it's up. On the bind quest, is it the Whisper for Merriment? I don't know what that means, but I don't give quest spoilers regardless. If you ask me on Slack, I'll tell you. I'll tell you where it's, what the thing is and how much and what. It's easy to find, he says. No, I didn't say it was easy to find. Oh, well, we'll help out our old friend THC here. THC, don't run. This is where I just start summoning them because they can't see me, and then they get the hint. All right. It's a fancy looking gnome. Look at that. Ah! This guy. Ah, leave their name alone, you know. Like, you never know what it could mean. I'm like a softie on the naming, like rename stuff. Like obviously if you cross a certain line, I'll definitely ban you, but or if you've kind of only semi-crossed a line, I'll rename you, but I'm kind of a softie on the names. Don't tell people. Sean already renamed butt stuff earlier. Yeah. I thought I renamed somebody that was named butt stuff in a earlier test. Portals at the academy are a bit slow to react. Yeah, that's a side effect of the current load and like performance of the zone at load right now. Mentioned it earlier, but we added a new programmer to the team who's solely focused on optimizations, and we'll be doing a stress test like maybe later this month or like sometime next month to test these optimizations and get a ton of people on the same server together. That's the hope, at least. And we'll also try to get the new launcher going so that people don't have issues downloading and whatnot. But stuff is okay, though? Yeah, clearly. Clearly. No, I think I've seen that variation changed as well. It all depends on which GM sees you. And if you've been reported and stuff. RP name only? Hey, Jaquan, how's it going? Good to see you. Fellow rogue. But yeah, people definitely want their RP names, you know, want the game to be like a place where they could go and not see like Gandalf and smoke weed 420, like, and XXX Killer 69 and stuff like that. It's a reasonable ask. Good, excited to play the game, holding out for EA. Yeah, I mean that's reasonable, dude. Like it's coming. It's coming soon enough, and it's gonna be a much better package, I think. When we get to EA, it's getting to a good place. I think it's gonna be in an even better place when it comes out. So. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. I've been more just focusing on dev and playing some other stuff, but yeah, when EA comes, it's gonna be hard to not play. Is there a way to make rawhide scraps from pelts yet with tanning? Unsure. I think there might be, but I don't know. What is your fishing level in OSRS? I don't know. I don't know that I fished in OSRS. I think my highest skill in OSRS was agility. But I didn't play that game for very long. I got peer pressured into playing. I did actually load it up recently. Dude, the music in OSRS is peak. I mean, I love the music in our game. I just love how whimsical the OSRS music is. Cloth, cotton, linen from plants and spinning. Highs from Bunny Bronos. I mean, that seems reasonable. Like, I would like for our trade skills to get into a more fleshed out place where like everything is just amazing and cool and makes sense. But it's just a process, really. Yeah, we're working towards that. This game is a proof style matters more than graphics. Yeah, I mean, I think the graphics are solid, but like, you gotta have like a, you know, it's a specific taste, right? Like our artists are amazing what they do. And there's some pretty heavy constraints placed on the graphics, so. But yeah, you know, it's something we're always improving. But yeah, I mean, I see a lot of the discussion about our game online is like, I like this game. I don't care what it looks like. Like, I just want a good game that does these things. And I think that's a lot of people out there. It's more about the gameplay. It's more about the experience, more so than the graphics. Oh, sorry. But yeah, no, specifically for OSRS is like, yeah, like that game is living proof that the graphic, like I don't want to knock them because I think they're quite charming. But yeah, I mean, if you take OSRS against like something super modern and with good graphics, and just see how many people are playing OSRS recently. Yeah, it's definitely proof that, you know, the style is more important than the, you know, the gameplay is more important than the graphics. Gameplay matters much more, yeah. Roblox and Minecraft don't still have players because of great graphics. And what's cool about like Roblox and Minecraft and stuff like that is like, yeah, they have that specific look, but then they're able to do like RTX enabled. And then it's kind of like with our game, right? Like we have a very simple like kind of art style, like old school art style, but then you get like this crazy modern lighting and stuff, and you add those together and it's a very nice combination of things. You plan on adding upscalers? Unsure. I have to talk to the tech team about that. And then see if it's something we even want. Water looks great. Sun reflection and shadows look great. Yeah, so the water is gonna probably get updated in the near future. Right now, I believe we're using Crest 4. One of the few assets that we use for this game. But it's a very, very solid asset. And like Unity asset thing. But we're going to be upgrading to Crest 5, most likely. And unless there's something that we need to use the Unity water for, then we'll probably go with Crest 5. But there's something that we need to like address before we can start messing with it more. But yeah, the water is sick. I've always been a big stan of our water, and I'm the water quality assurer on the team. And I've been seeing that water in Evershade. I don't know if it meets my standards. Might have to tweak that water a little bit. It's not reflective enough. I'm all big on the reflective water. Look at this. Like, I just want to jump in. Not get eaten by crocodiles. Need some different sea states one day? Yeah, I've messed with that. But that would go hard. VR would be awesome in proximity voice chat. Proximity voice chat can be so fun, but can also be so annoying. I've played some fun proxy voice chat games, but they're definitely designed around proxy voice chat, like Foxhole and mainly Foxhole, honestly. Fly to the castle on the hill. I did earlier. I want to stay in Night Harbor. It zones me. But it wasn't like... You didn't get like a very good view of what was going on in there, so... You still have to wait and see what's in there. Low poly graphics plus modern engine, lighting, weather, spell effects, etc. is what I always wanted from an original EQ remake. Eminem is gorgeous. Yeah, man. Glad you're liking it. Foxhole's so good. Yeah. I actually have like 300 plus hours in Foxhole from like Big World update. I haven't played it on like the whole Big World update yet, believe it or not. Like I didn't give it enough of a chance. But I definitely did like the tight knit like 70 versus 70 matches and stuff. Like just like the one server, one zone kind of thing. And then it resets after you win or lose the zone. I want Foxhole Classic, man. I'm not gonna lie. I went in their Discord and I typed Foxhole Classic win. And I got no response from anybody. It was amazing. But yeah, I don't know. There was something about like the one zone version of Foxhole that I love so much. But yeah, it's an incredibly good game. Summit's been streaming a lot of that game. Been getting some good eyes on it. They just had a new war start. But yeah, I forget the price on Foxhole nowadays, but it's definitely worth the price, I would say. Oh, it's 30 bucks nowadays? Damn. I think I bought it for 15 during early access or whatever. Well, you can always refund it if in the first few hours if you don't like it. But it definitely is one of those games that takes a little bit. Like it's kind of a slower paced game, so you might not get it at first. Yeah, I remember him playing it in the past, but I've been seeing him stream it, yeah, recently. Yeah, there's a couple things with that game though that like I really wanted to see like changed, but it never did. But still, it's very solid. It's very, very solid. It's a very interesting, unique experience in this day and age with, you know, so many games that are just trying to do something. I don't know. What's a good starting set for the Shaman? Starting set or stats? If you mean stats, wisdom is good. Stamina is probably good. Strength is always nice. Gives you more carrying capacity and damage. Uh-oh. I revealed too much. I mean, that's kind of implied, though, right? How does one use the mortar and pestle? Good question. I think it's like a bag that you like open up. Dude, I'm getting mighty hungry, and it's about to be 8 o'clock my time. I think it's actually time to call it. I think it might be that time. Just broke 5 hours. Someone gift sub quick. Dude, I'm hungry, man. Gotta gift me a meal, you know? Like, not just like... It has to like actually spawn in front of me. And I don't think any of you have the power to do that. Sean Heidi, I have to go eat and take care of some stuff. But, you never know what could happen, you know? Thanks, Ghost from the Future. You're welcome, Hexrook. DoorDash. I've been cutting back on the DoorDash. I've been dieting. Saving money. Thanks, Redris. Yeah, I think I'm gonna send you guys off to another streamer. But it's been fun. Thanks again for tuning into the stream. Please hit the follow button if you haven't already. I'll be streaming semi-frequently. Yeah, hit those follow buttons, guys. Helps me out in some kind of way. Hey, thanks, Keith, and thank you for everything you've done for this game, and thank you for just being you. Appreciate you, man. Hey, you're welcome, guys. All right, let's get that raid going. Let's get that raid going. All right, thanks again, guys. Have a good night. And I'll cut the stream. Stick around for the raid.